Hey guys, hope you well. Welcome to paper one, May June, right? So here is what I'm gonna do the entire paper. I'm gonna divide it into different questions, meaning question one, question two, question three, and that's gonna be in the description. Then if you're part of my members, right, is that this whole document, so I'm gonna unzoom it, right? Is that you're going to get this entire document, right, which is going to be the solutions to the video. So how I did the video, basically every note of it is going to be here. So I'm going to be attaching this in the community. So I'm going to write a post. I'll show you where to find the post, right? It's going to be in the community tab. So just wanted to just show you the fact that you're going to be getting this if you're part of the membership. So now how to get the PDF version of the video, right? Is that when you go under my page, is that you'll go under post, right? So post, you're gonna have just members. Do you see the fact that this is only for members only, meaning only you guys can see it? So but if you click on membership, right, if you part of it, right, but if you're not part of it, you're not going to be able to see it. Is that recent members only? So you're going to go here. Then when you go here, you will see the fact that this is the post regarding this video, and obviously for if it's a different video, right, is that you will get the same post. But when you click on it, and let's click on Chrome, you'll see the fact that it's gonna load. Then it's gonna tell you the fact that which paper it is. Then it's gonna load, right? Then when it loads, this is the actual PDF. Do you see it? This is the actual PDF, and it's exactly how the video is. So you don't need to write notes. If you download this, you are sorted, right? So this is it, and yeah, that's it. Hey everyone, so we're going to start with the first question. So the first question is that we need to what? We need to solve for x, right? And if you're having a difficulty on solving for x, I'll just link a video on how questions that are regarding solve for x. So with this one is solve for x, and they tell us that x squared minus 3x minus 10 is equals to 0. So here we need to factorize, right? And with factorizing is that we need to bracket. And how we're going to do that, firstly, is that we need to find the factors of c, right? So meaning we need to find factors of c. In our case, c is equals to negative 10. How do we know that c is equals to negative 10? From here, we know the fact that this constant is our c, which is going to be negative 10. And where do we get that? We know the fact that ax squared plus bx plus c is equals to 0. So I rewrote this in terms of its general form, which is ax squared plus bx plus c. Hope that makes sense, right? So now to find the factors of what? Of c, is that it's very important the fact that when I multiply, right, those factors, I need to get a negative 10. So how can we do that? We know the fact that the first one is going to be what? It's going to be 1 multiplied by a negative 10, right? And that when you multiply together, we're going to get negative 10. The second one is negative 1 multiplied by positive 10, right? Then the third one is going to be what? It's going to be negative 2 multiplied by 5. Then the last one is going to be what? It's going to be 2 multiplied by negative 5, right? So those are the factors of 10. But our goal is such a way the fact that when we multiply, we get negative 10, which all of them gives me negative 10. But when I add them together, let me just do a bracket here, right? But when I add them together, right? When I add them together, I need to get b, which is, in our case, b is what? Is this negative 3, right? So is this negative 3. So very important is that when you start the question, I think the smartest thing that you could do is that you could indicate what is your c and what is your b. Hope I'm making sense, right? So with that said, is that we need to make sure the fact that when we add this together, we need to get a negative 3. So let's test it out. When I say 1 plus, so let me just do it. If I say 1 plus what? Plus negative 10, what do I get? I get a negative 9, right? So this can't be my two factors. So negative one, positive 1 and negative 10 can't be my two numbers, right, inside the bracket. Then the second one is going to be negative 1 plus 10. I'm going to get a positive 9. Positive 9 is not 3. It's not negative 3, so that's incorrect. But when I say negative 2 plus 5, what do I get? I get a positive 3. That's still not the factor because of I need a negative 3. But if I say 2 plus a negative 5, what do I get? I get a negative 3. So this one is that. So now rewriting this as two brackets. So we know the factor is going to be x squared minus 3x minus 10 is equals to 0. So we need two brackets like this, right? And it's going to be x, it's going to be x, and this is going to be equals to 0. Remember which one gives us a negative 3 is this 2, and I'm just going to just highlight it, right? It's going to be this 2, right? So meaning my two numbers is positive 2, so it's going to be plus 2, then the other one is negative 5, right? Then from there, we know the fact that equate each bracket by 0. So it's going to be x plus 2 is equals to 0. Then you're going to say or x minus 5 is equals to 0. So therefore, x is equals to negative 2 or x is equals to positive 5. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's how you would solve this question. So now moving to the second question, right? With the second question, it's very important to be able to know how to identify what type of question is this, right? In the question, they say the fact that we're still solving for x, so I'm just going to go up. It's still solve for x, but it's this question is 3x squared plus 6x plus 1, right? How do you know the fact that you need to use the quadratic formula? Whenever, guys, they tell you to correct two decimal places, sorry about that, is that you need to just immediately be like, okay, cool, quadratic formula, right? So with this one, we're going to use a quadratic formula. So let's do that, right? So we know the fact that we have 3x squared plus 6x plus 1 is equals to 0, right? I said we're using the quadratic formula. So writing the quadratic formula is going to be x is equals to negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac, right? And this whole thing is divided by 2a, right? So what do we need from here? We need our a, b, and c, right? So our a is going to be the coefficient of x squared, so it's going to be positive 3, right? Then our b is going to be the coefficient of x, so it's going to be 6. Then lastly, c is going to be what? The constant, which is 1, right? Then the next thing that you need to do is that you need to substitute. So now let's substitute. When we substitute, we have the following, when we substitute, we have the following. So it's going to be x is equals to negative open bracket. Always, key point, always put everything inside a bracket, right? So it's going to be 6 plus or minus the square root. Then it's going to be what? It's going to be 6 all squared, right? Minus 4. Then it's going to be what? A is 3. Then C is 1, right? And this whole thing divided by what? Divided by 2. Then this is going to be 3. So now punching everything into a calculator, right? If you don't know how to punch into a calculator, the video that I referenced earlier on for question 1, it shows you on how to use a calculator and punching this whole thing inside the calculator the right way, right? But just the keynote is that just make sure the fact that you put how it's written, that's how you put in the calculator, right? But in that long form video that's solve for x, it shows you everything that you need to know, right? But is that you're going to get two values, which is going to be x is going to be equals to negative 0.18, because they said to two decimal places, or lastly it's going to be x is equals to what? To negative 1.82. Hope that makes sense. So that's your easy 3 marks again. So now moving to the next question, right? So moving to this type of question is that this is using exponential, right? So we're solving for x, but it's exponential. So we see the fact that we have a problem here, which is not necessarily a problem, is that we need to make sure the fact that we expand the part that I've highlighted, right? And which law are we going to be using? We're going to be using this law. And I'm just going to change my pen color and I'm going to put that law inside a bracket, right? So the law that I'm going to be using is that when A, right, and we have a, right, plus a, sorry, not a plus, so a, right, to the power a to the power n, this is going to be the same as a, then this is going to be n plus n, right? This is an exponential law. If you have the same base and the powers, you can add the powers. So I'm just writing this so that we're going to use it, but now we're going to reverse it, right? So let me put it inside a bracket. So now what we're going to do is that what we have is this one, right? So now we're going to write it like this. So let me just put it on the side and write whatever we have. In our case, we have what? We have 2 to the power x plus 4, right? And that can be written by what? Breaking them down, isolating them, or making them individual terms. So it's going to be 2 to the power x, then 2 to the power 4. So that's how I'm going to write this as, right? So this, which is going to be 2 to the power x plus 4 plus 2 to the power x is equals to 8,704, right? So now I'm going to change this one. So this one can be replaced as 2 to the power x, right, multiplied by 2 to the power 4, right? And this is going to be plus 2 to the power x is equals to 8,704. So the reason why we did that, we see the fact that we can take out this as a common factor, right, which makes our life a little bit easier. So let's do that. So taking it as a common factor is going to be 2 to the power x, and it's going to be 2 to the power 4, right? Because here, what's going to be left here when we take out 2 to the power x, only 2 to the power 4 is going to be remaining. And here, since 2 to the power x is alone, it's going to be 1 that's going to be remaining. So this is going to be 1, and this is going to be equals to 8,704. Hope that makes sense, right? So we know the fact that 2 to the power 4 is the same as what? 2 to the power 4 is the same as 16, right? So let's clean that up. So it's going to be 2 to the power x, and this is going to be 16 plus what? Plus 1, right? Is going to be equals to 8,704, right? So we're going to have that, right? So with that said, is that we're going to have this. Let's clean it up. We know 16 plus 1 is going to give us what? 17. So it's going to be 2 to the power x, and this is going to be 17 is equals to 8,704, right? So now what we want to do is that we want this alone. So we need to get rid of this one. How are we going to do that? We're going to divide both sides by that. So it's going to be 2 to the power x, 17, right, divided by 17 is equals to 8,704 divided by 17. So this side, the 17 is going to cancel out. So we're going to be left with 2 to the power x is equals to, when you say 17, so basically when we say 8,704 divided by 17, we get the fact that we're going to have 512, right? So now when we have 512, right, what can we do? We check the fact that can 512 be written in factors, or you find the factors. The simplest way, you find the factors in your calculator. So when we find the factor, it's going to be 2 to the power x, and we know the fact that 512 can be written as what? As 2 to the power what? 2 to the power 9. And that's great. Why is it great? It's that we have the same base. Since we have the same base, meaning we can drop the bases and equate the exponential. So dropping the bases, meaning that x is going to be now equals to 9. And that is going to be your final answer for this question. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're going to move to question 4 under question 1. So which is solving inequality, right? So with solving inequality is that what I did is that I made it very simple for you guys to get this question, because it always comes up, and I've noticed the fact that that's under question 1. That is one of the questions that a lot of students basically struggle with, right? So there's a table that you guys see, and I'm just going to explain the table first, right? Is that under inequality, there's 4 type of questions that they can ask you, which is this one, which is this one, which is this one, which is this one, right? Then there is 4 type of answer that you can give, which is going to be this one, this one, and this one, depending on which question that they ask you, right? So the first thing that you need to do is that you need to determine where does your question fall, right? So if it's eating the equation, right, that is greater than, right, if it's eating the equation, we know the fact that that is greater than and less than, and that if it's eating 0, it's going to be what? It's going to be less than and equals to. But very important is that before even doing anything while solving, it's very important to write your question in this form, which is going to be ax squared plus bx plus c, right, is equals to your whatever your inequality is, right? Reason for that is that it's going to be easy for you to see that, right? Then the second step is that you need to determine your x1 and your x2. Your x1 and x2 is your critical values, right? So you need to factorize it. When I say factorize, meaning is that, let's say for instance they gave you a question like this, right? It's that you first need to factorize it, then you're gonna find your critical values, which this will be in the critical values. But let's say for instance they already gave you like this, you already have your critical values, which is exactly how this question is. They already gave you your critical values. Then when you find your critical values, you need to determine what's x1 and what's x2. X1 is the what? Is the smallest number. X2 is the biggest number, right? Then from there is that from here, right, after you picking it, already directs to what answer your answer should be like. Hope that makes sense. So let's just put it into practice, right? So in our case, we have what? Let me just write it down. We have x, right, minus what? Minus 8. Then it's going to be x plus 2 is greater than and equals to 0. So first we need to determine where does it lie, right? Where does it lie? It's eating the 0 and it's equals to, meaning this is what we're going to be using, meaning this should be our solution, right? So with that said, now what is the next part? The next part is what? Is finding our critical values. This is already factorized, right? So we don't need to factorize it because it's already in brackets. So since it's already in bracket, we know the fact that x equate each by what? Finding the critical values, we say CV. So meaning we're going to say x minus 8 is equals to 0, right? Equating each bracket by what? By 0. Then you're going to say or x plus 2 is equals to 0, right? So this is going to be x is equals to positive 8, and here's going to be x is equals to negative 2. So now we need to name x1 and x2. X1 is the smallest number. What is our smallest number? Negative 2 is the smallest, and x2 is the biggest number, which is going to be x2 is going to be 8. Very important. Smallest number is x1, biggest number is x2. Maybe let me just write it down. X1 is the smallest number, so smallest CV, right? Then x2 is the biggest CV. Hope that makes sense, right? So we have established that. So we know the fact that our solution is what? It's x is an element of what? Square bracket x1 and x2. So we already know that x1 is what? Is negative 2 and 8, which is x2. So that's how you will basically write the solution. Hope that makes sense, right? So that is going to be your final answer for this question. Hope this made it a little bit easy. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to solve question 5. This is surd, and with surd, the first thing that we want to do, or always when solving surd, we want the square root to be alone on one side. Then anything that is like any number or any variables to be on the other side. So let's do that, right? So let me just rewrite it first. So it's going to be what? It's going to be x plus, then it's going to be 3 square root, then it's going to be x plus 2, right, is equals to x plus 2, sorry about that. Yes, so x plus 2 is equals to what? Sorry about that. So this is going to be the square root, and this is going to be equals to 2. So we want this to be alone. Remember, we want the square root to be alone. We want this to be alone. So we need to take the x to the other side. So this is going to be 3 square root. it's going to be x plus 2 is equals to 2 minus x, right? So now we want to get rid of the square root. What do we do when we get rid of a square root? We square it. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to square both sides. What you do to the left hand side, you do to the right hand side. So it's going to be 3, then it's going to be the square root of x plus 2, then it's going to be all squared, and the side is going to be 2 minus x, it's going to be all squared, right? So now let's clean this up. So it's going to be 3 all squared, distributing the power. Then here's going to be square root of x plus 2 all squared, and here's going to be what? It's going to be 2 minus x all squared, right? So now let's clean this up further. This is going to give us 9, and the square root and the square are going to cancel each other. So we're going to have x plus 2, and this side is going to be what? It's going to be 4 minus 4x plus x squared. Just expanding it, right? So now with that, we're going to distribute the 9. So it's going to be 9x, right? Plus what? Plus 18. And this is going to give me 4 minus 4x plus x squared. So now, do you see the fact that we have x squared and we have 4x, and basically x squared can't be cancelled? It doesn't have another x squared. So we're going to move everything to one side so we can factorize. So this is going to be 0 is equals to, I'm going to rewrite it so that x squared, we start with x squared. So it's going to be x squared minus 4x. Then it's going to be plus 4, right? Then we're going to take the 9 to the other side. So since it's positive, it's going to be minus 9x. Then this is going to be minus 18. So let's clean that up. When we clean that up, we have 0 is equals to what? Is equals to x squared, grouping like terms. So it's going to be minus 13. So negative 4 minus negative 9 is going to give me 9 minus 13x. Then lastly, we're going to have minus 14 because of 4 minus 18 is going to give me 14, right? So now we're going to factorize. When we factorize, we're going to have two brackets. So it's going to be 0 is equals to what? Is equals to x minus 14. Then the other bracket is going to be x plus 1. So equate each bracket by 0. So it's going to be what? It's going to be x minus 14, right, is equals to 0. Or it's going to be x plus 1 is equals to 0. So therefore, x is equals to positive 14. Then x is equals to negative 1, right? But when dealing with surds, we're not done yet, right? Our goal is to now check whether the left hand side is equals to the right hand side. We need to check whether our solution, which is x equals to 14 and x equals to negative 1, if we substitute it to the left hand side and the right hand side are going to be equals to each other. So the next part is checking. If you don't do that, you're going to lose a mark, 1 mark, right? Because this is not your final answer. So checking, right? So we're going to start with what? With x is equals to 14, right? So checking, meaning we want to check the fact that what? Let me just rewrite the question. It's going to be x plus, so it's x plus 3 root x plus 2, right, is equals to 2. So this is the what? And I'm just going to write it maybe with a different color. This is the left hand side and this is the right hand side. So what we're checking is that the left hand side is equals to the right hand side when we're substituting 14. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let me go back to my black. So we know the fact that the left hand side is equals to what? Is equals to x plus 3 square root of x plus 2, right? So our goal is to do what? Is that we need to test it out. So we're going to substitute, right? So wherever I see x, I'm going to substitute by what? By 14. So this is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to 14 plus 3, right? And this is going to be the square root of 14 plus 2, right? So let's clean that up. So it's going to be 14 plus 3, then square root. This is going to give me what? This is going to give me 16, right? So 16, we see the fact that when we substitute that, this is going to be equals to what? When you punch this into the calculator, it's going to give you 26. Then now we're not done. We need to take our right hand side. We see the fact that our right hand side is equals to 2. What do we see? We see the fact that the left hand side, right, is not equals to the right hand side, right? Because of this is 26 and this is 2, and 26 and 2 is not the same thing. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we need to check when x is equals to -1. So we need to check the left hand side. So which is going to be x plus 3 square root, and this is going to be x plus 2, right? So wherever we see x, we're going to substitute by -1. So it's going to be -1 plus 3, then it's going to be the square root, and it's going to be -1 plus 2. Punch that into your calculator, you're going to find that this is 2, and we see the fact that our right hand side is also equals to 2 from here, right? So therefore, left hand side and right hand side are equals to each other. So this is not a solution, but this is a solution. So to indicate that it's not a solution, you just put a cross through the equal sign. I hope that makes sense. So only x is equals to -1 is our solution. Hope that makes sense. So now what we're going to do, we're going to do question 1.2, which is simultaneous equations. But this year, they decided to ask it in terms of like a word problem. So let's read the information. We see the fact that they said the fact that we have a rectangle having sides x minus y minus 3 meters, right? And x plus 2 meters, right? And they tell us the fact that it has a perimeter of 24. Before we deal with the perimeter of 24, let's understand the information that we're given. So we're given a rectangle, which is like this, right? And within the rectangle, we have the following information. We know the fact that we have one side. Let me go back, sorry. It has one side, which is y minus 3 meters. Then the other one is x plus 2 meters, right? So we have that, right? And then they tell us the fact that it has a perimeter, right? What is perimeter? Perimeter is adding all sides together. So since in a rectangle, opposite sides are equal, meaning this side is equals to this side and this side is equals to this side, let's fill in the entire rectangle. So this is going to be x plus 2 meters, and this is going to be y minus 3, and this is going to be meters, right? Hope that makes sense. So what is perimeter? So perimeter, right? So perimeter is equals to all sides adding all sides. All sides. So meaning it's going to be what? If this is your length, right? And this is your breadth, it's going to be basically, it's going to be what? It's going to be length. Since there's two lengths, so it's going to be length plus length, and it's going to be breadth times breadth, which is the same as what? As 2 length plus 2 breadth. So we already know that our length in our case is what? Is 2, but inside is going to be x plus 2. That's your length. Then our breadth is going to be 2. Then it's going to be y minus 3. Right? But they told us that the perimeter is equals to what? Is equals to 24 meters. So we know the fact that this is going to be equals to 24 because the perimeter is equals to 24. Hope that makes sense, right? Hope that makes sense. So that is what the information translated to. Let's continue with the question. And they tell us that the area, right, is 32 meters square, right? So now we know the fact that the area, so we have that the area, and this is the formula for the area, is length multiplied by breadth. We already know that length, right, is what? Is x plus 2, and breadth is y minus 3, right? So that's length plus breadth. Hope that makes sense. But they told us the fact that the area is 32, so that is going to be replaced by what? By 32. So that's going to be 32. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we have two equations. Before we answer the question, we were taking it bits by bits. Let's see what they want. They want us to calculate the value of x and y. So we're looking for x and y. What is the nice thing is that when I was finding my perimeter, right, and also finding my area, I had two equations. So we can name this one equation 1, and we can name this one equation 2, right? So now we need to create equation 3, right? So in simultaneous is that you're going to have two equations. In our case, they didn't give us the two equations. We needed to find them, right? And from the 2 is that we need to create equation 3. So we know the fact that we have this equation 1 and equation 2. So which one do we change to create equation 3? The one that we change to be equation 3 is the one that's linear. Looking at the 2, the one that's linear is equation 1, because if I distribute everything, I'm not going to have anything that is x squared or x squared or x multiplied by y. I'm not going to have such a situation. With this one, if I expand this, is that I'm going to have x multiplied by y. But with this one is that I'm going to have x alone and y alone, right? So they're not going to multiply. So this is the one that I'm going to basically create equation 3. So creating, so we're going to say creating equation 3, right? From 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So we know the fact that we have 24, right? And 24 is equals to what? Is equals to 2. Then this is going to be x plus y. This is going to be x plus 2 plus 2. That's going to be y minus 3, right? So now let's clean it up so that we can have it in terms of y is equals to, right? So it's going to be 24 is equals to what? Is equals to 2x plus 4. Then the side is going to be plus 2y, right? Minus what? Minus 6, right? So we're going to have 24 is equals to what? So our 24 is going to be equals to 2x, right? Plus 2y. Then this is going to give me what? This is going to give me a negative what? This is going to give me a negative 2, right? So that's what we're going to have. So we're going to have 24, right? Plus what? 24 plus 2 is equals to 2x plus 2y, right? And this is going to give me what? This is going to give me 26 is equals to 2x plus 2y, right? So take out 2 as a common factor. So it's going to be 26 is equals to 2. Then it's going to be x plus y, right? Therefore, divide both sides by 2. So it's going to be 26 divided by 2 is equals to 2. It's going to be x plus y divided by 2. So the 2 is going to cancel out, and this side it's going to give us what? 13. So it's going to be 13 is equals to x plus y. Then I want everything in terms of y, so we're going to take x to the other side. So it's going to be 13 minus x is equals to y. So therefore, this is going to be our equation 3. Hope that makes sense, right? So now with equation 3, what we're going to do is that we're going to take equation 3 and substitute it into equation 2. Why equation 2? We cannot substitute it into equation 1 because equation 1 and equation 3 is the same thing. It's just written in a different way. Hope that makes sense, right? So we're going to say substitute, right? So we're going to substitute equation 3 into equation 2. So what is equation 2? Remember the fact that equation 2 is what? Is a y minus x. So it's going to be y minus 3, sorry, right? And it's going to be x plus 2, and that is equals to 32, right? So now wherever I see what, wherever I see y, I'm going to substitute by this whole thing, right? So that's what we're going to do. So it's going to be what? It's going to be open bracket, then it's going to be 13 minus what? Minus x, right? And this is going to be minus 3. And this is going to be x plus 2 is equals to 32, right? So now let's clean it up. This is going to be the same as 13 minus x minus 3. It's going to be x plus 2 is equals to 32. So this is the same as 10 minus x. Then it's going to be x plus 2 is equals to 32, right? So now our goal is to do what? Is to expand this, right? So when we expand it, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have 10x, right? 10x plus 20 minus x squared minus 2x is equals to 32, right? So now let's clean it up. It's going to be the same as negative x squared, right? Plus 8x plus 20, right? and this is going to be equals to 32. So we're going to take the 32 to the other side so they can be equals to 0, and so that we can be able to factorize. So this is going to be the same as x squared, right, plus 8x plus 20 minus 32 is equals to 0. So that is going to clean up to what? That's going to be cleaning up to the following. It's going to be negative x squared plus 8x, right? Then it's going to be what? This is going to give us negative 12, right? Is equals to 0. But before we factorize, is that we need to get rid of the negative. How do we get rid of the negative? Is that we pull it out. So we pull it out, and everything that was negative becomes a positive, and everything that was positive becomes a negative. So a negative x squared is going to become positive x squared, and this is going to be minus x, and this is going to be plus 12 is equals to 0. So anything divided by 0 becomes 0. So this is the same as what? As x squared, because we're going to divide this negative 1, because this is the same as negative 1 by, we're going to divide it by 0. So that is why everything becomes positive. So it's going to be x squared negative 8x plus 12 is equals to 0, right? So now from there is that we're going to factorize, right? So factorizing, we're going to have the following. So it's going to be 2 brackets. So the first bracket is going to be x minus 6, and the other bracket is going to be x minus 2, and that's going to be equals to 0. So let me just do this, right? And therefore equate each bracket by 0. So it's going to be x minus 6 is equals to 0, or we're going to have x minus 2 is equals to 0. So therefore x is equals to positive 6. Then here's that x is equals to positive 2. But we're not done. Remember the fact that the goal is to solve for what? For x and y. We already solved for x. So now we need y. So to solve for y, remember the fact that we made what? We made equation 3 in terms of what? In terms of y. So we're going to take equation 3 to basically solve for our y. So we're going to substitute our x's, our x values into equation 3 for y. So let's do that. We know that y is equals to what? Y is equals to, let me just go back. We know that y is equals to 13 minus x. So now substituting x is equals to 6, right? We know the fact that that is going to be what? It's going to be y is equals to 13 minus, wherever we see x now, we're going to substitute by 6. So therefore y is equals to what? Our y value is equals to 7, right? Then now for substituting, x is equals to what? X is equals to 2. We're going to have y is equals to 13, right? 13 minus 2. Therefore, y is going to be equals to 11, right? So now that's our final answer. So let me highlight them. So our final answer is this one, it's this one, then finally it's this one and this one. So that's how you would find your final answer for this question. So now let's do the last question for question what? For question 1, right? So it says what? Show that this expression, right, is divisible by 2. What is divisible by 2, right? Is that whatever, after simplifying this, right? So let me just go back. After simplifying this, our goal is to basically get any value that's going to be in terms of n and m, right? But is that when we divide it by 2, we shouldn't get any fraction. We should just get a whole number with the terms, m and n. Hope that makes sense. So our goal is to basically simplify this, right? But when simplifying it, is that our final answer needs to be divisible by 2. Hope that makes sense, right? So let's simplify this, right? We see a couple of things that we see about this, right? We see the fact that this is actually the difference of 2 squared, right? Do you see the fact that this is actually a difference of 2 squared? Because if I take this whole thing, right? If I take this whole thing and I name it A, right? And if I take this whole thing and I name it B, right? And since it's A, so meaning it's A squared and this is B squared, right? we can actually write this as two brackets, which is going to be a plus b and a minus b, which is a rule of difference of 2 squared. So that's what it is, right? So to simplify this expression, it's just that we're going to use a difference of 2 squared, and we're going to apply this bracket rule, right, that I just wrote, so that we can be able to simplify it. I hope that makes sense, right? So now that's what we're going to do. So we're going to basically do it as the following, right? Is that we know the fact that if we let, because of we need to basically tell whoever that's marking our paper how we're going to go about it. So if we let, right, a be equals to what? B equals to 1 plus x to the power m plus x to the power negative n, right? And we let b equals to 1 minus x to the power m, right, minus x to the power negative n, right? We have the following. We know the fact that a squared, which is this whole thing, plus b squared, right, it's going to be equals to, a squared minus b squared, right, it's going to be equals to what? It's going to be, since this is a difference of 2 squared, it's equals to this, right, and a minus b. So now what we want to do, our goal is to basically write it in this form, right? But do you see the fact that to do that is that we need to first look at individual bracket, right? So first we want to look at a plus b. So we see that a plus b is the same as 1 plus x to the power n, right, plus x to the power negative n, right? Then this is going to be plus, so this is the first one, so this represents a, right, and b is 1 minus x to the power. So let me just do it like this. I want to not confuse you guys. So we know the fact that this is going to be 1 plus x to the power m plus x to the power n negative n, right? And this, I'm just going to just re-emphasize, this is going to be our a, which is this one, which is this one. Hope that makes sense, right? And this is plus, and always put in the bracket the next number that's after the sign. So which is going to be 1 minus x to the power m minus x to the power negative n, right? And that's like that. Let's simplify this, and this is our b, right? So now this is the same as 1 plus x to the power m plus x to the power negative n, right, plus 1 minus x to the power m minus x to the power negative n. What do we see? We see like terms, and I'm going to group them with their colors. We see the fact that this and this, same thing. We see that this and this is the same thing. And finally, we have the number and the number. So let's group like terms. So that's going to be equals to what? This is going to be basically equals to 2. The blue one is going to give us 2. Then this, the yellow ones are going to cancel each other, right? Because the other one is a positive and the other one is a negative. And lastly, this and this, the green ones are going to also cancel each other. So we have 2 as being a plus b. Hope that makes sense. So a plus b is equals to 2, right? So now we need to solve a minus b, right? So with a minus b, we're going to have a, so it's 1 plus x to the power m, right, plus x to the power negative n, minus, put inside the bracket, is going to be 1 minus x to the power m minus x to the power negative n, right? And again, this is our a, and this is our b, right? So that's what we have. So now let's clean it up. When we clean it up, it's going to be 1 plus x to the power m plus x to the power negative n minus, distribute the negative, so negative 1 plus x to the power m plus x to the power negative n. So let's group it again. So we're going to start with the blue one, right? Then we're going to move to the yellow one. Then finally, we're going to move to the green one. So now let's evaluate it. The blue one, they're going to cancel each other. Then the yellow one, since it's the same thing but twice, so it's going to be 2 x to the power m. And the green one is the same thing, plus 2 x to the power negative n, right? So now we know the fact that a minus b is equals to that. So I'm just going to basically highlight it. So we know the fact that this 2 is that. Now we're going to go back to the question again. We know the fact that a squared, right, minus b squared is equals to a plus b and a minus b, right? We already have a plus b in terms of the x to the power something. So it's going to be 2, right? Then a minus b is going to be 2x to the power m plus what? Plus 2x to the power negative 8, right? So now we're going to distribute what? Or we're not going to distribute. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to take out this 2 as a common factor here, right? So when we take out that 2 as a common factor, this is the same as 2, right? And I'm just going to put it in a square bracket when we say 2. And this is going to be x to the power m plus x to the power negative n, right? And this is square bracket. Take out the 2 again. So this is going to be the same as 2 multiplied by 2, open bracket, x to the power m plus x to the power negative n, right? So this is going to be 4, and this is going to be x to the power m plus x to the power negative n, right? So remember the fact that in the original question, they said the fact that we need to check the fact that it's what is divisible by 2, right? But it can be in terms of m and n. Do you see the fact that we simplified in such a way the fact that is in terms of m and n? But this 4, we know for a fact that this 4 is divisible by 2, because if I say 4 divided by 2, we are going to get a 2, which is a whole number. So this is your final answer. The fact that we have a 4, a number that's divisible by 2, and in bracket is going to be the expression that means the fact that we have proven the question. I hope that makes sense. So you're just going to end here. Hope that makes sense, Anna. So now we're going to move to question 2, which is number patterns. So it says, given that an arithmetic series, and they give us the series, which is this, and so the first thing that we need to do is that we need to find the common difference. So with an arithmetic, it means that it's the same thing as a linear series in this case, right? How do we know that something is a series? Is that when it's an addition, when the terms are added together, that is a series. Then a sequence is just semicolons, right, in between them. Hope that makes sense. So first is that I like just finding the common difference before just answering any questions. So we have the fact that our series is 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus, then it continues till 93, right? So to find the common difference is that it's always the last term minus the term in front of it. So in our case, is that the term before it is, the term before 7 is 9. So we're going to say 9 minus 7, which is we're going to get as 2. Then we're going to say what? We're going to say 7, because of it's very important to check whether our common difference is our common difference, is that we need to check other two terms, which is going to be 7 minus 5 in this case, and it's going to be equals to 2. So we see the fact that we have 2 here and we have 2 here, meaning our common difference is equals to 2. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's how we do that. So now to answer the first question, it says determine the general term, right, of the series. So here they told you multiple times what is general term. General term is also known as Tn, right? And they tell you the fact that they want it in this form, right? So now to find the general term is normally, the formula for the general term is Tn, it's Tn is equals plus a plus then open bracket n minus 1, then it's going to be d. So that is the general form of Tn for an arithmetic, and I'm just going to put it in red so that you know what it is, right? And now what we're going to do is that we need to find a and d. We already have a d, so we know that a is equals to T1, right? What is T1? I'm going to go back here. This is regarded as T1. It's at position T1. This is T2, T3. Then it continued till T. We don't know what T this is. So whatever this number is, we don't know what it is. I'm not going to say Tn, right? Till whatever number, we need to probably find it, right? So now we know the fact that a is equals to T1. And in our case, the first term is 5. right? And we know that D is equals to 2. So let's substitute. So it's going to be Tn is equals to A is 5 plus, then it's going to be N minus 1, then D is 2. So now let's clean that up so that it can be in this form. So it's going to be Tn is equals to what? Is equals to 5 plus, we're going to distribute the 2. So it's going to be 2n, then it's going to be minus 2. So Tn in our case is going to be 5, right? Minus 2 plus 2n. So therefore Tn is going to be equals to 2n, and this is going to be plus 3. So that is going to be our Tn, right? Hope that makes sense. So this is a follow-up to question 2.1, right? So let's read the question and what does it say. It says a given series, so a given series represents the number of kilos, right, meters, that an athlete ran each week in preparation of the ultra marathon, right? Then they told us the fact that the athlete ran 93 kilometers in the last 2 weeks of the training program, right? So they want to know how long in weeks, right, was the training program, right? So basically they converted this sequency or the series into alter, like calculating, knowing how long in kilometers. So basically what they did is the following. Let me just take the sequency so that it makes sense, right? So we have the sequency. I'm just gonna copy this because we're gonna use it. So copy, right? And we're gonna paste it here. So they converted this this series, right, into into a marathon, right, where this values, and I'm just going to highlight them in yellow. This is the number of kilometers, right? So this is the number of kilometers. The one in yellow is the number of kilometers, and do you see the fact that the T1, T2, T3, right, is the number of weeks, right? So the yellow one is the number of kilometers, and the green one, like T1, T2, is the number of weeks. Meaning in week 1, the person ran 5 kilometers. Week 2, the person ran 7 kilometers. Week 3, the person ran 9 kilometers. And finally, finally the one that they want at week what? At week 90, at week, we don't know what week it is. How the person, we know the fact that the person ran 93 kilometers. So our goal is to find how many weeks did it take for the person to run 93 kilometers. So meaning we're looking for n, right, from Tn. So we know the fact that Tn is equals to, from the previous one, we know the fact that is equals to 2n plus 3. So what we're looking for, what we have is that we have this total. So this is the total number of kilometers. So the total kilometers, we have that, which is going to be equals to 93, right? But what we're looking for this, the number of weeks. Number of weeks. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we know the fact that this is going to be 93 is equals to 2n, right, plus 3. So we're going to solve for that. So it's going to be 93 minus 3 is equals to 2n, right? And this is going to give me 90 is equals to what? Is equals to 2n. So it's going to be 90 divided by 2 is equals to n. And therefore, this is going to give me 45, right, is equals to n. So it took 45 weeks to cover what? To cover 93 kilometers. And so it took 45 weeks to run 93 kilometers. Hope that makes sense. So that's how long it took to run 93 kilometers. Hope that makes sense on how to answer this question. So again, this question is still a build up to this question that we have, right? So let me just read it up. So it says the athlete used the opportunity to raise funds, right? So let me just do this. The athlete used the opportunity to raise funds for her high school, right? the community, so let me just do this. The community sponsored her 10 rand per each kilo ran during the training program, right? So they want us to calculate the total amount that the athlete raised for her school, right? So what we know the fact that per kilometer, so we know the fact that per kilometer, so let me just highlight it. We know the fact that per kilometer, right, she earned 10 rand, right? So what do we need to do is that we need to calculate the total kilometers, right? So meaning in essence, we need to basically add up all the yellows, right, till 93. So all the numbers, like meaning the yellow ones till 93, right? So we know the fact that how much the athlete basically raised up. Because of it, the 10 rand is calculated per kilometers and the yellow one is the per kilometers. So this is simple. This is finding the sum of what? The sum of the kilometers, right? So we're finding SN, right? So we're going to be finding SN, and I'm going to be using this formula of SN of the first term plus the last term. Reason for that is that in our equation is that we have the first term and we have the last term, which is nice, right? So that is why I'm going to be using that. So let's find SN. So what do we need here? The following things that we need to calculate this SN. We need N. So we need the total number of weeks. We already calculated the fact that the total number of weeks is 45, right? It's going to be 45 because the athletes ended at what? Ended at 93 kilometers, which was 45 weeks, right? Hope that makes sense. So that is our N. Then we know the fact that our A is equals to what? Our A is equals to the first term, which the first term is 5, right? Then lastly, the last term. The last term is what? Is this one at 45, so it's going to be 93. So it's going to be 93. So let's substitute. So it's going to be S45, right? So because of we ended at 45 weeks, so this is going to be 45 divided by 2. Then it's going to be 5 plus 93, right? So when we punch that into the calculator, we're going to get the fact that the total kilometers, right? The total kilometers is going to be 2,205 kilometers. But we don't want the total number of kilometers. We want the total raised, right? We want the total raised, right? So you want the total raised, which is going to be equals to the total, which is going to be equals to the total kilometers, which is going to be S45 multiplied by 10 rand, right? Because of per kilometer. So multiplied by the amount. So it's going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 22,050 rand. This is the amount of money that was raised, right, in total. Hope that makes sense on how to answer this question. So now we're going to move to 2.2, right? So 2.2 is a geometric sequence. It says the general term of the geometric sequence is given as Tn is equals to 2 to the power n plus 1, n plus 2, right? And the first question, which is going to be 2.2.1a, they want us to find what? The first term. What is the first term? So the first term is A is equals to T1, right? So this is simple. Wherever in Tn, right, we're going to substitute 1 here and 1 there. Hope that makes sense. So we know the fact that our Tn, I'm just going to rewrite it here. It's going to be 2 to the power n plus 2. So we're looking for T1. So I'm going to replace n by 1. So it's going to be 2 to the power 1 plus 2, right? Therefore, T1 is equals 2 to the power 3. Therefore, T1 in our case is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 8, right? So it's going to be equals to 8, right? So now we're going to find B, right? So B, it says the fact that calculate the common difference, right? The common ratio. So to calculate the common ratio is that the formula for a common ratio is equals to T2 divided by T1. We already have what? We already have T1. So we need to look for T2. So let's find T2. So now, wherever here, I'm going to replace my n by 2. So it's going to be what? It's going to be 2 to the power what? It's going to be 2 plus 2, which is equals to 2 to the power 4. So 2 to the power 4 is going to be equals to 16. So now let's substitute T1 and T2. So it's going to be R is equals to 16 divided by 8. Therefore, R is going to be equals to 2. So that's how you solve A and B for this question. So now we're going to move to 2.2.2.2. So it says what? It says calculate T20, which is easy. But I think the little tricky thing here is that we need to write our answer in a power 4, meaning we need to write it in terms of 4 to the power of something. Hope that makes sense, right? So we need our Tn, and we already gave us our Tn in the question, which is equals to 2 to the power n plus 2, right? So we need to substitute T20. So now if I see n, I'm going to put 20. So it's going to be 2 to the power 20 plus 2. And therefore T20 is going to be equals to what? Is equals to 2 to the power 22. So now I want my base to be 4 instead of 2. So how do we do that? We're going to split the power. So it's going to be 2 to the power 20 is equals to 2, right? And I'm just going to put this inside a bracket because I want to deal with the exponential. So if I take out 2, right? If I say 2 multiplied by 11, do you see the fact that that is going to 2 multiplied by 11 is equals to 22? So I'm just splitting it, right? So now I know the fact 2 to the power 20 is equals to what? I'm going to take this 2 here because I know the fact that 2 to the power 2 is going to give me 4. So it's going to be 2 to the power 2 is going to be like that. And this is going to be to the power 11. Therefore, T20 is equals to 4 to the power 11. Hope that makes sense. So that's how you would do this question. So now we're going to move to 2.2.3. It says we need to calculate the sum of what? Of 1 divided by t to the power n, right? So this is the same as what? This is the same as calculating. This is the same as looking for what? Looking for S infinity, right? So what is the formula of S infinity? So the formula for S infinity is going to be A divided by what? By 1 minus R, right? So we need our A and we need our R to basically solve for this question, right? So now my goal is to find A and R, right? And then we can calculate the sum to infinity. So we see the fact that our function, our Tn, or the equation that represents that, which is this one, right, is 1 divided by what? 1 divided by tr. So this equation, let's rewrite it. We know the fact that 1 divided by Tn can be written as what? 1 divided by, we already know that Tn, and I'm just going to write Tn here. We're going to go up and look for our Tn because they already gave us. We already know that Tn is equals to 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power n plus 2. So this is the same as 2 to the power n plus 2. So using this one right now, we're going to find our new A and our new R. Hope that makes sense, right? So our new A is going to be A is equals to T1. So it's going to be equals to basically 1 divided by T1, right? Which is going to be equals to what? Which is going to be 1 divided by what? By what you call this? 2 to the power 1 plus 2, which is going to be equals to 1 divided by what? By 2 to the power what? 2 to the power 3, which is the same as 1 over 8. Hope that makes sense, right? So we found our what? We found our A. Our A is going to be 1 over 8. Then R is going to be equals to what? Is equals to basically our T1 divided by T2. So it's going to be equals to T2 divided by T1. But remember the fact that it now has an updated version of it, right? So this is basically going to be equals to, this is going to be hard to write, but it's going to be T2 divided by 1, right? This whole thing, then let me just write it like this. It's going to be T, so it's going to be 1 divided by T2, the whole thing divided by 1 divided by T1, right? So basically everything is going to be inside a fraction. Hope that makes sense, right? So now this, I'm going to rewrite it as the same as 1 divided by T2, right, divided by 1 divided by T1. This and this is exactly the same thing. Hope I'm making sense, right? So now with that said is that we already found, this is T1, sorry about that. So this is T1. So now with that said is that we already found 1 divided by T1. So what we need is 1 divided by T2. So we know the fact that from our previous one, T2 is equals to what? Is equals to 16. And I'm just going to go back and refresh you guys your mind. Is that remember the fact that when we were calculating for our common ratio, this was it, right? We know the fact that T2 is 16. So we know the fact that 1 divided by T2 is equals to 1 divided by 16, right? So now we know the fact that this is going to be equals to what? To 1 divided by 16 divided by what? Divided by 1 divided by 8, right? So let's clean this up. When we clean this up, we're going to have what? We're going to have 1 divided by 16 multiply. So this one goes up and this one goes to the bottom. So it's going to be 8 divided by 1. So this is going to be the same as 8 divided by 16. So therefore, our answer is going to be 1 over 2. Which that made sense because of you could have just taken the ratio and divided by 1. Right? Because of it's going to be the inverse of whatever ratio that we got previously. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we know the fact that our R is equals to this. And let me just highlight what we need. We know that R is equals to this. And we also know that A is equals to this. Now we can find the sum to infinity. So finding the sum into infinity, so it's going to be the sum to infinity is equals to A divided by 1 minus R. Our A is going to be 1 over 8 divided by 1 minus a half, right? This is going to be 1 divided by 8 divided by 1 over 2. This is going to be the same as 1 over 8 divided by 1 over 2, which is going to be 1 divided by 8 multiplied by, go up, go down. So it's going to be 2 divided by 1. And this is going to be 2 divided by 8, which is going to give me 1 over 4. So your final answer for this one is going to be equals to what? To 1 over 4. So the sum to infinity of what? Of 1 divided by Tn is basically equals to 1 over 4. Hope that makes sense. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to do question 2.2.4. It says the following. It says we need to consider the sum of the first 21 terms of the sequency, right? And the sequency that they gave us is 2 to the power n plus 2, right? Then they want us to calculate the sum. So we want to calculate the sum of the terms in the sequency. But very important, we need to basically subtract the power of anything that is to the power 4. What does that mean? Is that anything that is 4 to the power something. So n is any number, right? So now we first need to understand from what we given, right? What does it mean to be 4 to the power something, right? So we know the fact that 4 can be written as what? It can be written as 2 to the power 2, right? And what do we see from that? We see the fact that since that is the case, also the following, we see the fact that 4 to the power 2, right, is also equals to what? Is equals to 16, which is also equals to what? Which also can be written as 2 to the power what? To the power 4. Then lastly, just to show you a pattern, we know that 4 to the power 3 can be written as 64, right? Which also can be written as 2 to the power 6. So remember the fact that our formula is in terms of Tn, right, is equals to 2 to the power n plus 2, right? So what does that mean? It means the fact that for us to achieve the base of 4, right, or yeah, the base of 4 is that our power on top of 2 needs to be an even number, right? Do you see the fact that 2, 4, 6 needs to be an even number for us to achieve 4 to the power something, right? If that's the case, that means that we can conclude that n plus 2, right, needs to be an even number, needs to be an even number, right, to have a base of 4. Hope that makes sense, right? So now the easiest way to basically do this, I find it, is that the way we're going to write our answer is that the easiest way to do that is that my answer, I'm going to first find the first 21 terms, then I'm going to subtract the ones with the base of 4. And I'm not going to call it power because it's just a lot in my head. But just know the fact that power means the base, right? So what we're going to do is that my answer, and I'm just going to highlight it so we can refer back to it, right? My answer is going to be basically the sum of 21 terms, which that one is easy, minus base of 4, right? Sum of base of 4. So sum of base of 4. So sum of base of 4. Right? So that's what I want, right? So now finding S21 is easy. The one that's a little bit trickier is finding base of 4. But since we already here, let's find the sum of 21 terms, right? So we know the fact that the sum of 21 terms, right, n is equals to 21. So that's great. So we're gonna need A and we're gonna need R, right? So with R is that R is going to give us two formulas, right? So R tells us which formula to use. So the two type of formulas that we have and we need to pick from is that when we have Sn is equals to what? So let me just put this because we're going to refer back to it. Right? So we know the fact that Sn is equals to A. It's basically equals to A open bracket 1 minus R to the power n divided by 1 minus R, right? So that is the first Sn. And this one is for when R is between -1 and 1, right? And we have another Sn, right? And that is going to be for when A to the power R minus R to the power n minus 1. And that's going to be 1 R minus 1, and this is for when R is greater than 1, right? So these are the two formulas, and I'm just going to put them in this, right? And I'm just going to make it a pink color, right? So these are the two formulas. So here what we're going to find is that we're going to find our A. But the nice thing is that when we started the question up here, right, we calculated our A and we also calculated our R. Our A was 8, right? Our A was 8 and our R was 2, right? So we see the fact that 2 is greater than what? Is greater than 1. So meaning this is the formula that we're going to use for S21, right? So for S21, we know the fact that, let me just move it here, right? So we know the fact that for S21, we're going to use this formula. So we know that A is 8, right? And R is 2. So it's going to be 2 to the power 21 minus 1. Right, and this is going to be divided by what? This is going to be divided by 2 minus 1. So this is going to give us what? 8, and this is going to be 2 to the power 21 minus 1, right? And we're going to just leave it from here, right? Remember the fact that our thing here, our answer needs to be what? Needs to be S21 minus sum of the base of 21, right? So now what we need to do is that now we need to find from this, we need to find Sn, right? So for the sum of base 4, right, we need to find Sn, and we know that Sn, we need n, we need A, and we need R, right? So our n, so we know the fact that in total, right, we have 21 terms, right? So we know the fact that in total we have 21 terms. So it's going to be T1, T2, T3. So for, let me just do this, for, let me go here. No, they can't do that. For finding, because the difficult one is finding n, right? Finding n, right? We know the fact that in total we have 21 terms. So it's going to be T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus T4, then it continues plus T21, right? So from here is that we need to take out the ones that are even, right? So here when we substitute from our Tn, we know the fact that T21 is going to be what? This is going to give me 2 to the power what? It's going to be 2 to the power, let me just put this Tn here, n plus 2, so we can refer it, right? So this one, if I put 1 here, it's going to be what? It's going to be 2 to the power 3. Here it's going to be 2 to the power 4. This is going to be 2 to the power 5, 2 to the power So this is going to be 2 to the power 6, right? So it's going to be 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 5, 2 to the power 6. Then when we continue, there's going to be 2 to the power what? 21 plus 2 is going to be 2 to the power 23, right? We see the fact that this one's, right, we find the fact that T2, T4, then all even terms, right? T2, T4, T6, right, are all what? Are all the ones that have a power of like an even number. I hope that makes sense, right? So what we need to do is that from the 21 terms, we need to take out all the even terms. So all the even terms will be T2, T4, T5, T6, you can count them all up, right? So, but we find the fact that all the even terms, right, meaning it's going to be T2, right, T3, T4, sorry, T5, not T5, man, T6, right, and T8, continue till T20, right, is that in total, when you take out all the even terms from the S20, from the 21 terms, right, we find the fact that in total, we're going to have what? We're going to have 10 even terms from 21 terms. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we need to find A. In our case, A is going to be the first even term. What is the first even term? Is T2, right? So we know the fact that the first even term is T2, which is going to be 2 to the power 4. Hope that makes sense. Then R. R, it's going to be what? It's going to be the second even terms divided by the first even term. So it's going to be, in our case, T4 divided by T2, which is going to be what? It's going to be 2 to the power 6 divided by 2 to the power 4, right? Which is going to give us what? Which is going to give us 2. It's going to be 6 minus 4, right? Which is going to give me what? Which is going to give me 2 to the power 2, right? So that is our R. But we see the fact that R is greater than 1. So we're going to use this formula, which is going to be Sn is equals to A, open bracket, R to the power n minus 1 divided by R to the power R minus 1, right? So now let's substitute. We know that n is 10. So it's going to be S10 is equals to, the first term is 2 to the power 4, right? Then the second term, then not the second term, then our R is 2 to the power 2, right? So it's going to be 2 to the power 2. Then open bracket, we know the fact that n is what? N is 10. Then this is going to be minus what? Minus 1. And this whole thing is going to be divided by 2 to the power 2 minus 1, right? So now let's clean that up, right? So when we clean that up, when we clean this up, it's going to give us 16. Then this is going to be 4 to the power 10 minus 1. Then this whole thing is going to be divided by what? This is going to be divided by 3. Hope that makes sense, right? But then we're not done. Remember the fact that our answer is this one, right? This is going to be our answer. So I'm just going to copy it. So I'm going to just duplicate it, cut it, and we're going to just write it, here, right? So we know the fact that S21 is what? S21, and I'm just going to highlight it. We know the fact that we found S21 as being this one. It's going to be this one. And we found the fact that the base of 4 is going to be this one, right? So it's going to be this one. So now let's substitute. S21 is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 8, right? Then it's going to be what? It's going to be 2 to the power 21 minus 1, right? Minus this one's going to be 16. Then it's going to be 4 to the power 10 minus 1. And this whole thing is going to be divided by 3. Then this is going to be what? This is the same as 16, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 2, 0, 8. Then this is going to be minus 5. So when you punch it into the calculator, 5, 5, 9, 2, 4, 0, 0. Then therefore, the final answer is going to give us 11, 184. Then it's going to be 808. Then this is going to be the final answer for this question. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to move to question 3. So question 3, it says the following, given. So it says, given the geometric, so given the quadratic sequency, and they gave us the sequency, right? So which is 14, 9, 6, and 5. The first question, it says show that the general solution is equals to this. Tn is equals to n squared minus 8n plus 21. So that's what we need to show, right? So now when finding the general solution, right, we know the fact that the general solution, the formula for it is what? Is Tn is equals to what? Is equals to an squared plus bn plus c. So the goal is to find a, b, and c, right? So what we're going to do is that I'm going to rewrite our sequence. So it's going to be what? It's going to be 14. It's going to be 9. It's going to be 6. It's going to be 5. Then it continues, right? So then now what you're going to do is that you're going to find the first difference. So the first difference is what? Is the term before it minus the one that's in front of it. So it's going to be 5 minus 6, which is going to give us -1. So here's going to be -1. Then it's going to be the second part, which is going to be what? Which is going to be 6 minus 9, which is going to give us what? -3, right? So this is going to be -3. And lastly, it's going to be this one, which is going to be 14 minus what? Minus 9, which is going to give us -5, right? Before we move on, so this is -5. Before we move on is that we need to understand that the second difference gives us what? Gives us a arithmetic sequence, right? So if it gives us the arithmetic sequence, I'm just going to move this here. That means the fact that when finding the difference between the second difference, right, the first difference, right, is that finding the difference, which is the second difference, it needs to be common, right? So with that is that now finding that is that when we find this difference, which is going to be what? The second difference, which is -1, right? Minus open bracket, very important if you're dealing with negative, you put a negative. So -3, we're gonna get +2. So here's gonna be 2. But to make sure the fact that the difference is actually common, we need to take another 2 terms. So which our case is gonna be -3 minus open bracket -5, and you're gonna get a +2, right? So we know the fact that this is gonna be that, right? So this is how you find a quadratic, right, sequence. It has the first difference, which creates an arithmetic sequence. Then it has the second difference, which basically this part that is at the bottom, which is a common difference, meaning they're all the same, as you see the fact that it's 2 to 2. So now is that when finding our a, b, and c from Tn, right, is that we need to basically use this to see this first part on your sequence, right, is very important, because of that's how you're going to be finding what? Our a, b, and c. So let me just show you, and I'm just going to highlight it, right? So this is very important, because of that's where you're going to find your a, b, and c. So your a is going to be basically, let me just do this. Your a is going to be equals to this one, which is going to be 2a. So you start from the bottom, you solve for a, then you go up and you solve for b. So it's going to be 3a plus b, meaning substituting your a to find your b. Then lastly, this one is going to be for c. So it's going to be a plus b plus c, right? So now let's start. So you equate your a with the last term, the bottom one, the first one, which is going to be finding your 2a. The first difference, the first term is the one that you equated to 3a plus b. Then lastly, a plus b plus c is equated to the first term of the quadratic. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let's solve. We know that 2a is equals to 2. So therefore, a is equals to what, right? Then we see the fact that 3a plus b is equals to -5, right? So it's going to be 3 open bracket 1, because if we ever calculated a, it's going to be plus b is equals to -5. Therefore, this is going to be b is equals to -5 minus 3. So therefore, b is going to be equals to -8, right? Then lastly, which is c, is going to be a plus b plus c. We see the fact that that is going to be equals to 14. So our a is 1. Our b is -8, then plus c is equals to 14. So that's going to be what? This is going to be -7 plus c is equals to 14. Take the 7 to the other side. So therefore, c is going to be equals to 14 plus 7, which is going to give us what? which is going to give us C is equals to 21. Right? So now we're going to write our Tn. Remember the fact that the general form of Tn before substituting A, B, and C is going to be Tn is equals to A n squared plus Bn plus C. But we already know that A is 1, so it's going to be Tn. If it's 1, you don't substitute it. You just write n squared. Then B is negative 8, so it's going to be negative 8n. Then lastly, C is 21, so it's going to be plus 21. Then we go back. It doesn't match exactly with what we're solving. Yes, so you have solved this question. Hope that makes sense. So now we're going to move to question 3.2, right? So it says what? So let's read the question. It says two consecutive terms, right, of a quadratic sequence has a difference of 33. Then they tell us the fact that calculate the value of the largest value. So now let's understand each term. What is two consecutive terms? So what is two consecutive terms? I'm going to take the sequence that we have. So I'm going to copy this because it's going to be a perfect thing to basically explain the whole concept on what they want, right? So then this, let me erase the parts that I do not need, which is, okay, with that I need. Okay, this I don't need. So the two consecutive terms in our case is that T1, T2, T3, T4, right? So we have two consecutive terms, and I'm going to explain it in simple terms what they gave us, right? So let's say in the situation, we know the fact that T1 and T2 are consecutive terms. So in simple terms is that consecutive terms is terms next to each other, right? So T1 and T2 will be considered consecutive terms. T2 and T3, because they're next to each other, consecutive terms. T3 and T4 will be consecutive terms, and so on, right? So if let's say the fact that consecutive terms, so we have T and thingy, T1 and T2 are consecutive terms. And their difference is what? And their difference is -5. Do you agree? Because if you say 9 minus 14, you're going to get -5. So what they did in the question is that they gave me the value of, when they say that the difference between two consecutive terms, they gave me a value in here, which is 33, right? They gave me a value in the first difference, first difference. So since we know the fact that two consecutive terms is that it's between two values, is that we want the value of the largest term, right? So meaning it's going to be between, when we're solving for n, is that we're going to get maybe 9. Then if we get 9, the consecutive term will be 9 and 10. So meaning we're going to find the value of the largest term, which is going to be 10. For instance, right? So we know the fact that this, since we have this 33 falls into the arithmetic, which is the first difference, meaning arithmetic also has a general form, right? Which is going to be we're going to call it an because I don't want to confuse it with Tn. And we know the fact that we can find n from here because of this an, right? Represents one of the values, which is 33, right? We know the fact that we can find it using this, which is n minus 1, then the difference. Hope that makes sense, right? So now what we're going to do is basically we ignoring what? First, to calculate for n, we ignoring the top part, right? So we're going to just take the first difference and the second difference. So we're going to be ignoring it. So I'm just going to pull it here, right? We're going to ignore it. So with ignoring it, we know the fact that we're looking for what? We're looking for a. So from this sequence, ignoring the first one, is that we know the fact that from here, right, that an, which is the value that they gave us, the value here, right, is 33. Hope that makes sense. We know the fact that that's 33. Then we know that a is equals to the first term. The first term here is what? Is -5. Hope that makes sense. And again, it's not 14 because of we're dealing with the first difference. So it's -5. That is why I said, let's take it out and ignore the quadratic, because I didn't want to confuse you. So we see the fact that here, the first term is what? It's -5, right? It's -5. Hope that makes sense. So it's going to be negative 5. Then our difference is what is 2. Hope that makes sense, right? So let's substitute. We know the fact that 33, and remember the fact that we're looking for n, right, to find the two consecutive terms, right? And so that we can find the largest. So when we say 33 is equals to what? Is equals to a, which is negative 5, right? And this is going to be plus, then it's going to be n, because that's what we're looking for, one of the consecutive terms. Then it's going to be minus 1, then this is going to be 2, right? So let's simplify this. So this is going to be negative 5, right, plus 2n minus 2. So it's going to be 33 is equals to negative 7 plus 2n, right? So we're going to take the 33 plus 7 is going to be equals to 2n, right? Then what we're going to find that this is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to 40 is equals to 2n, right? Therefore, when we divide both sides by 2, we see the fact that n is going to be equals to 20. But remember the fact that a consecutive term is the number of n that we get plus the next value. What is the next value after 21? So meaning the consecutive terms, the consecutive, let me just go back because I don't want to spell consecutive wrong. So the consecutive, sorry about that, consecutive terms. Remember the fact that this is the same as what? T20, right? So Tn, when n is equals to 20, this is the same as T20, which is the 20th term, right? So one of the consecutive terms is T20, but remember the fact that I said consecutive terms is that term plus the term next to it. So the consecutive terms are, so meaning the consecutive terms are T20, the one that we got, and the number next to it, which is going to be T21. So remember the fact that going back to the question, they say calculate the largest value. Calculate the value of the largest term. The largest term is T21. So that it makes sense to find T21, right, using the formula of Tn. So remember the fact that Tn was equals to what? Was equals to n squared, right, minus 8n plus 21. So we're substituting what? 21 wherever we see n, because of that's the largest term, right, between the two consecutive terms. Hope that makes sense. So this is going to be 21 squared minus 8, then this is going to be 21, then it's going to be plus 21. So therefore T21 is equals to what? Is equals to 294. So that's how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do question 3.3. So it says the value. So they say the value of m is added to each term, right, in the quadratic sequence. Meaning what happened is that we have Tn, right, because that's the general. Then we added m, right? So that's what's happening, right? So they say the fact that each value of m is added in each term in the quadratic sequence. Then they say determine the value of m. So the values of m for which only the terms between, so for which only the terms between T1 and T7 of the quadratic sequence will be what? Will be negative value. So we're looking for the value of m so that the values between T1 till T7 are negative, right? So now let's understand it like visually, right? So we have terms between T1, so it's going to be T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, T6, and T7, right? So the values here, these values, right, needs to be negative. So this values when added, when m is added, right, the values need to be negative. Hope that makes sense, right? Because they said numbers between what? Between T1 and T7 needs to be negative. But very important is that T1 and T7, since they are boundaries, right, is that they cannot be negative. So meaning this needs to needs to be positive. So because of the opposite of negative is positive. See, the boundaries needs to be positive. And also this one needs to be positive. Right, needs. Let me just copy and paste this. Okay. Needs to be what? Needs to be positive. Yes. So needs to be positive, right? So now how do we do that, right? Is that now we're going to start with in between, right? Is that when added m, it needs to be negative. So the easiest way is what? We can't find the smallest number between, we can't find the smallest value between T2 and T6. We need to find the largest, because we know the fact that if we have the largest number, right, and we added by what? We added by m. And if that largest number added by n, right, is what? Is negative, then everything below it is also negative. Hope that makes sense. So our goal is between T2 and T6, so that we make sure the fact that all the values between there are negative, is that we need to find the largest number between that range, right? And then we add plus n, and we need to make sure the fact that is what? Is negative. So translating that into math is that between T2 till T6, right? And then we need to find what? Largest number, right? Plus m, remember, because we're adding plus m. And that needs to be what? That needs to be less than what? That needs to be less than 0. That represents the fact that we need to find the largest number such that that is less than, that's less than what? That's less than 0. So that's what we need to do. So now we need to basically find T2, T3, T4, T5, and T6 and check which one is the largest number. Then that is the number that we're going to replace there, right? Then we're going to solve this. Hope that makes sense, right? So let me just put this into a triangle so that we know the fact that we need to refer back to it, right? So let's do that, right? So let's find T2, T3, T4, T5, and lastly T6. So let's do that, right? So we're going to substitute into what? We're going to substitute into the formula, right, of Tn. Remember? So we're going to substitute into the formula of Tn. So it's going to be what? It's going to be 2 squared, right, minus 8, 2. Then this is going to be 21, right? And let me just do, so it's 3 squared minus 8, 3 plus 21. That's going to be 4 squared minus 8, 4 plus 21. Then it's going to be 5 squared minus 8, 5 plus 21. Then lastly, it's going to be 6 squared minus 8, 6 plus 21, right? So this one for T2, we're going to get the fact that this is going to be 9, right? Then for T3, we're going to get the fact that it's 6. Then it's going to be 5. Then it's going to be 6. Then lastly, it's going to be 9. So from here, we see the fact that T2 and T6 are equals to each other. And we see the fact that the only one that's different is 5. But what we care about is the largest number, even though it's duplicated. We see that our largest number is this one and this one. So the largest number is 9. So now we're going to substitute it here. So it's going to be 9 plus m is less than 0. Take the 9 to the other side. So m needs to be what? M needs to be less than 0. Sorry, m needs to be less than negative 9. Hope that makes sense, right? So we found that part. But remember the fact that it's two conditions. Is that we have solved this condition here. And that condition is this one, right? So I'm just going to put it here. We solved that condition, the fact that m needs to be less than negative 9. But remember the fact that our two boundaries needs to be positive. So now we need to find T1 and we need to find T7, right? To find our boundary so that we can know the fact that where those two numbers can be what greater than. Hope that makes sense, right? It needs to be positive, which is going to be greater than. So now finding, so for T1 and T7, since they need to be positive. And the reason why that they need to be positive, the question did not say the fact that we should include T1 and T7. They said the numbers in between them only should be the one that are negative, and the boundaries, right, meaning should be positive. Only the number between T1 and T2 should be negative, meaning everything outside them is going to be negative. Hope that makes sense. So meaning that the boundaries, which is T1 and T7, needs to be positive. Hope I'm making sense, right? On why I'm finding T1 and T7 as making them positive, because of then it's gonna satisfy what the question wants from us. Hope I'm making sense. So now we need to find T1. We see that T1 is going to be 1 squared minus 8, 1 plus 21, right? Then we need to find T7. So it's going to be 7 squared minus 8, then it's going to be 7 plus 21. Then we see the fact that both of them are actually equals to 14, right? So meaning the number, remember the fact that with this one, to find the boundaries is that it's going to be what? It's going to be the positive number. So it's going to be T1, right? T1, and so it was going to be T1's value, right? And plus m is greater than what? It's greater than and equals to 0, meaning it's positive and including that number. So meaning when we say equals to, meaning we're saying the fact that any number from 7 from T1, right? Any value from T1, then going upwards, right? Needs to be a positive number. So we're including it. That's why we're putting in the equal sign. Hope that makes sense, right? We're not excluding it. But we see the fact that T1 and T2, because of it, was going to be the same thing for finding T7 value, right? Plus m is greater than and equals to 0. So same thing that I talked about with T1. So basically, if the numbers were different, is that we needed to find both of them. But we find the fact that T1 and T7 is the same thing. So we're looking for one thing. So we know that T1 is equals to C7, which is equals to 14. So basically, it's going to be 14 plus m is greater than and equals to 0. So that means the fact that m is greater than and equals to negative 14, right? So now we're going to basically add the two conditions together. So m needs to be what? We know the fact that m is eating what? M, the inequality, is eating m here, meaning 14 is going to be here. And it's eating the number at 9. Do you see the fact that it's eating the number at 9? So it's going to be negative 9. So this will be the final answer because of we just combined this one and this one together and it gave us this one. Hope that makes sense on how to answer this question. So now we're going to do functions, and the first question that we're going to do is question 4. So now let's read the information. It says the graph of f of x is equals to what? It's equals to 4 divided by x minus 3 plus 4 is drawn below, right? So before we do anything and moving on, let's understand this type of graph. This is an hyperbola, right? And with the hyperbola is that we have two asymptotes, right? So the first asymptote is the one that's in the denominator, which is regarding the what? The x-axis, which is going to be x is equals to. So since this is negative, the asymptote is going to be positive. So this is going to be 3, right? And this will be this one. So this is going to be positive 3, right? So always with the with the vertical, right, with the vertical asymptote is that it uses the opposite sign. Then the other one is y is equals to 4, and that one maintains its sign. So if it's positive, it's going to be positive, and this is going to be this dotted line on the y-axis, which is going to be positive 4, right? So another thing that we see the fact that the two asymptotes intersect here, meaning the coordinate here would be what? Would be 3 is to 4, because that is the intersection of the vertical asymptote and the horizontal asymptote. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let's continue reading the question. So the fact that f of x is drawn below, right? They tell us that M is the point where the asymptote intersect, right? So we already know the fact that that's when the asymptote intersect. And they tell us the fact that C and D are the x and y intercept of f of x, right? And they tell us that point A, right, of f of x is the one that is closest to M. Hope that makes sense, right? So now, with that said, let's answer the first question. So the first question, they say what? They say the fact that we need to write down the coordinate of M. I already told you the coordinate of M. So we know the fact that M is what? It's 3 is to 4. So that's how you would answer this question. Okay, now let's do 4.2. So it says calculate the coordinate of D. Let's go back to the diagram and understand what is coordinate D. We see the fact that D is what? Is the y-intercept, right? So we know the fact that we need to find the y-intercept. So it's going to be the y-intercept, right? So meaning we need to let what? We need to let x equals to 0, right? So now let's take f of x. So we know the fact that f of x is equals to what? Our f of x is equals to 4 divided by what? 4 divided by x minus 3 plus 4, right? So therefore, wherever we see x, we're going to substitute by 0. So it's going to be f of x, right? So I'm going to change f of x into y, right? So it makes sense. So it's going to be y is equals to 4 divided by what? Divided by 0 minus 3 plus 4. Punch that into the calculator. You're going to get that y is equals to 8 divided by 3, right? So therefore, the coordinate of D is going to be what? It's going to be, since we let x equals to 0, so it's going to be 0 is to 8 divided by 3. So that's going to be the coordinate of D. So now we're going to move to 4.3. It says if y is equals to x plus t, right? So if y is equals to x plus t is the equation of the line, of symmetry of f, determine the value of t, right? So let's first, like, moving before we just answer this question, let's understand the equations of line of symmetry, right, for a hyperbola. So you have two equations of lines of symmetry. So you have the first one, which is going to be y is equals to x plus c, right? And this is for the positive gradient. So this is for the positive gradient. Then you have the other one, which is y is equals to negative x plus c, right? And this is for the negative gradient. So looking at this equation, right, is that we already have the gradient as being positive 1 and the other one is negative 1. But to complete the equation is that we need to calculate c. So how do we calculate c? How do we calculate? Do we calculate c, right? Is we calculate c by using what? This coordinate. Do you see the fact that when we were doing this question is that this intersection, right? So do you see this intersection? It's a form of what? It's the form of the horizontal and the horizontal and vertical asymptote, right? So is that we use the what? The asymptote. So we calculate c by using the asymptote. So meaning it's going to be what? It's going to be P and Q, right? Because if we go back in the general form, we know the fact that y is equals to what? To 8 divided by x minus P plus Q. So we know the fact that this is P and this is Q, right? So in to calculate our C is that we're going to use that. So if we looked into this question, right, is what they did is that they replaced our C by T, right? So now we still need to solve for our T, which is our C. So that's what we're going to do, right? So we know the fact that in our case, so now solving our question. We know the fact that we're given that y is equals to x plus t. Do you see the fact that they gave us the positive gradient? Because of this and this is the same thing. It's just that this one is c and this one is t. They just wanted to be a little bit fancy by confusing you guys, right? But to solve for c, to solve for t, right, we need to substitute m. Because remember the fact that m is in a form of p and q, which is our asymptote. Hope that makes sense, right? So this is going to be 3 and 4 in our case, right? So now we're going to substitute that. So when we substitute that, we're going to have what? We're going to have 4 is equals to what? To 3 is plus t. So therefore, t is going to be 4 minus 3 is equals to t. So therefore, t is going to be equals to positive 1. So that's how you would solve for t in this case. So now we're going to move to 4.4. It says determine. So let me take out my pen. So it says determine the values of x, meaning our answer needs to be in terms of x, for such that f of x is greater than and equals to 0, right? So this basically means the following is that f of x represents what? Is that we're representing, so the restriction on knowing how to solve it is that this means that when y is basically less than and equals to 0. Less than means the fact that we're looking for when we're looking for what? We're looking for y is negative, right? So we need to highlight the part where y is negative. So let's go back, right? We know the fact that this is the origin, right? So since this is the origin, this is 0. Then everything at the bottom, this is negative y. Then till 0. Then because of it says from 0 going to the negative part, then upwards is till positive. So to highlight the portion that this is negative, this is going to be the portion here, right? So this, and I think I want another color. I don't want to use the same one. Let me be fancy. Let me use blue. Because why not, right? So it means this is when y is greater than and equals to 0, right? So meaning from 0 going downwards. That's what it means, right? Then remember the fact that we represented what our question wants from us. But what do we need? We need to write our answer in terms of y. So what y values do we need? We need a couple. So we need the y values that we need is the x-intercept, right? And since this one has the asymptote, we need the vertical asymptote. So we need the vertical asymptote, meaning the one that x is equals to, what you call this, x is equals to positive 3. Just let's make sure, yes, x is equals to positive 3. So we need the x-intercept and the x is equals to 3. So with that is that at the x-intercept, which is we found the fact that it's at c, then at 3, right, is that we need to divide our graph into those parts, right, into this parts. And I think I'm going to make them a different color. So we need to divide our graphs into section using those 2 parts as like our boundary, right? Then after that is that it's going to make it as easy to us to write basically the different quadrant, and we're going to take off things that we need to take off. But let's first complete this. So this is negative infinity and this is going to be positive infinity because we're going to need it when writing the answer. Then now I'm going to draw a straight line at the x-intercept and also the asymptote, right? So let's do that. So this is going to be wanted in red. And I think I wanted in dotted lines. Yes. So, yes. And the other one is this one. Right? So we're going to name each quadrant. So we know the fact that back to solid and back to black. We know the fact that from negative infinity till the first point, which is as the c-intercept, right? This is going to be the first quadrant. Then between these two, it's going to be the second. And from 3 till positive infinity is going to be the third, right? So going back, did we find the x-intercept? I don't think we found the x-intercept. So first, let's find the x-intercept, right? So finding the x-intercept, we know the fact that c is the x-intercept. So we know that our answer needs to be between that. So we know the fact of finding the x-intercept, we need to let y equals to 0, right? So let's do that. We know the fact that f of x is equals to what? It's equals to, let's go. So we know the fact that f of x is equals to 4 divided by what? Divided by x minus 3 plus 4. So wherever we see f of x, which is f of x is the same as y, when I was explaining this, we're going to substitute by 0. So it's going to be 0 is equals to 4 divided by x minus 3 plus 4. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to take 4 to the other side. So it's going to be 4 is equals to what? It's going to be equals to 4 divided by x minus 3. Then what we're going to do, this is the same as divided 1. So we're going to cross multiply. So that's going to be negative 4, right? Then this is going to be minus, it's going to be x minus 3 is equals to positive 4. So it's going to be 4 multiplied by 1. So divide both sides by 4. So it's going to be negative 4. So it's going to be negative 3 is equals to what? It's equals to negative 1. Take the negative 3 to the other side. So it's going to be x is equals to negative 1 plus 3. So therefore x is going to be equals to positive 2, right? So we know the fact that the coordinate of c is going to be what? It's going to be 2 is to 0, right? So we know the fact that here it's going to be what? It's going to be 2, right? So now with that said is that now I'm going to make everything easy. So I'm going to write each region as like the in terms of x is an element, right? So that when we start answering the question, it makes sense. So from negative infinity till 2, it's going to be the same as what? As x is an element of what? X is an element from negative infinity till, since this is greater than and equals to, so we're going to say here at the x-intercept is going to be 2, then square bracket, right? Then here, how can we write this? This is going to be the same as what? This is going to be the same as square bracket at 2. Then here it's going to be what? It's going to be 3, but curve bracket because of it's an asymptote. Every asymptote and negative infinity and positive infinity get a curve bracket, right? So here it's going to be what? It's going to be what? It's going to be curve bracket till positive infinity. Hope that makes sense, right? So that is how it is. So we can just leave the x as an element, and when we're writing the solution, it makes sense because of I couldn't write x as an element in the second part, right? So now we have written it down the way we are going to write our solution. Now let's answer the question, right? So it says the fact that we need to determine the values of x when f of x is less than and equals to 0, right? So meaning looking at the shaded part, we're going to ask ourselves, does the graph exist or not? And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to emphasize the graph with a different color. So I'm going to emphasize the graph with this, maybe red. Oh, it's too big. Yes. So we're going to emphasize the graph with this red. So we're going to ask ourselves the fact that do we see the red graph in the shaded part, which is the blue part? If yes, that's part of the solution. If no, it's not, right? So now let's start with the first quadrant, which is from negative infinity till 2, right? Do we see the red part? Do we see any red here? We don't see any red, right? We don't see any graph, so we don't see any red. So this cannot be part of our solution, right? So this is not part of our solution. So let me just do this. Yes. Then in the second quadrant, right, which is between 2 and 3, do we see any red? Yes, we do. At the highlighted, remember the fact that we're looking at it in reference of the highlighted blue part, right? In the highlighted blue part, yes, we see the red. So that is going to be part of our solution. Then lastly, between 3 and positive infinity, do we see any red? No, we don't. Do you see the fact that this entire space is empty? We don't see any red. So that's not part of our solution, right? So our solution is between these two. Since it's between these two, so meaning our answer is going to be what? Our answer, and I'm just going to write it here. So our answer is going to be what? It's going to be x is an element. Then you're going to take exactly this, right? So it's going to be what? It's going to be the square bracket of 2, because that's the x-intercept is included, then an asymptote like that. So you can write it like this, or you can write it as x is between 3 and equals to 2, because of this means the fact that it's included and this it's not. So 2 ways on writing it, or you can write it like this, or can write it like this. Write it like this. Hope that makes sense. So that's how you would answer this question. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna do question 5, 4.5, right? So it says that we need to calculate what? We need to calculate the coordinate of C, right? Sorry, we need to calculate the coordinate of A, right? So where is A? Let me just change my pen. We see the fact that A is here, right? Maybe doing it in red would have made sense. A is here, right? But we need to understand what is A. We can't just assume into context the fact that, oh, how we're going to calculate it, right? But what I mean is that when we go up, let's see what they said about A, right? So we're just going to go up in the question, right? So I'm just going to highlight this. They say the fact that A, right, is a point on F that is closest to M, right? So what does it mean when they say the fact that the point A is closest to M? So the only way is using the equation of symmetry. So we know the fact that we have two of them. We have the positive one with the positive gradient. I think when I talked about in the other question, right, we have this one. So just want to, okay, let me just do this. Just want to get it properly as like how it would go through. So it will go through what? It will go through M, which is the asymptote, right? And also through A, right? So A, right, is going to be the one that is closest. So meaning from M to A, that is the closest distance, right? So how do we find A, right? And the keyword is from the closest to M. So anything that is closest to M, which is M is this intersection of the asymptote, right, will be the point that is on the, on the f of x and also the axis of symmetry. Hope that makes sense. So this axis of symmetry is the one with what? Sorry, let me just go up. This is the one with the positive gradient. So it's going to be y is equals to x plus c, right? Looking back at the notes that we did from the previous question when I was explaining the other one. Hope that makes sense, right? So we know the fact that this is an intersection between what? Between f of x, which is the hyperbola, and also what? The axis of symmetry. Let me just draw it here, right? Axis of symmetry. Yes. So axis of symmetry, which is going to be the positive one. So it's going to be y is equals to x plus c. But remember the fact that we can recall the fact that this equation was solved. This y equals to x plus c. We don't need to resolve it because of the c. We already solved it when we were solving t. And I'm just going to recap it when we go back. Is that we already found it at 4.3, right? We already found that t is equals to 1, meaning this equation y equals to x plus 3. We already solved it because of then our c in our case is going to be equals to 1, right? So we know the fact that equation of y is equals to x plus c. We know that c is equals to what? Is equals to 1. We solved it in what? We solved it in 4.3. So we solved it in 4.3, right? Then with that said, we know the fact that now y is equals to what? So now we know that y is equals to x plus 1, right? So now A, this point A is an intersection between this y is equals to x plus 1 and also f of x, right? So we're looking for when they equated to each other, meaning when f of x is equals to what? To y. And this is to solve for coordinate. This is to solve for point A, right? Hope that makes sense. So now what we need to do, we know the fact that f of x is going to be equals to what? So we know that f of x is equals to 4 divided by what? Divided by x minus 3, right? And this is going to be plus 4. And we know that y is equals to x plus 1. So now we're going to solve this. So we're going to take the 4 to the other side. So it's going to be 4 divided by x minus 3. And this is going to be equals to x plus 1, right? Minus 4. right? Therefore, 4 divided by x minus 3 is going to be equals to what? To x minus 3, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to cross multiply. So this is the same as divided as 1. So this is going to be 4 multiplied by 1, which is going to be 4. And this is going to be x minus 3, right? And x minus 3, right? So we're going to expand the other side. So it's going to be 4 is equals to what? It's going to be equals to, so it's going to be equals to x squared, right? Then this is going to be minus 6, right? So this is going to be minus 6, minus 6x plus 9. And take the 4 to the other side. So it's going to be 0 is equals to x squared minus 6x, right? And this is going to be plus 9, then minus 4. Therefore, 0 is going to be equals to what? To x squared minus 6x, right? And this is going to give us what? This is going to give us positive what? Positive 5, right? So when we expand this, we're going to have the following. We're going to have x minus what? X minus 5. And the other one is going to be x minus 1, right? So now we know that x minus 5 is equals to 0, equating each bracket by 0. And this is going to be minus, sorry. So this is going to be minus 1 is equals to 0. Therefore, x is going to be equals to positive 5, or x is equals to positive 1. So now going back to the graph, we need to determine which one is going to be for a, right? So we're going to go back. We see the fact that positive 1, this is 3, right? So meaning 1 is somewhere here, right? So this is going to be 1. Then 5 is going to be somewhere here. So the one that makes sense is for 5. So this, therefore, xa is equals to 5 and not positive 1. But remember the fact that we need the entire coordinate. So now to find the entire coordinate, we're going to substitute x equals to 5 into what? Into either equation. So when I say either equation, the red one or f of x. So I'm going to take the red one. So this is going to be plus 1, right? So we know the fact that we're going to substitute it into y is equals to x plus 1. So therefore y is equals to 5 plus 1. Therefore y is equals to 6. So the entire full coordinate of a is going to be 5 is to 6. And so now what we're going to do, we're going to do question 5, right? So let's read the question. So the question says the graph f of x, right? And they give you f of x, which is a open bracket x plus p all squared plus q. So we see from that this is a quadratic function, right? So they gave you a quadratic function and they gave you in terms of turning points, right? In terms of the turning point coordinate, right? Right, then they say the fact that it is drawn, then this graph is drawn below. Then they tell us that C, right, is the turning point of F, and B, right, is a point in what? In F. So since C is the what? Is the turning point, right, of what? This is the turning point of f of x. And already our equation is written in terms of what? In terms of P and Q. Is that this coordinate here, right? Opposite sign of it. So do you see the fact that here it's negative? Meaning when you put it back into the formula, right, is that it becomes the opposite sign. Always. Remember this. When you are given the x coordinate of the turning point, here outside, if it's negative, when you put it back here, it's going to be what? It's going to be positive. So when we put it back, it's going to be positive. Then our q, which is this 4, remains the same number, right? So the first question is going to be like, show f of x is equals to what? Is equals to negative 2x minus 4x plus 2. So let's do that. So first what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute our p and q. So we have that our f of x is equals to a. Then remember the fact that this is negative 1, so it's going to be x. Since it's negative 1, so it means it's going to be plus 1. Then it's going to be all squared. Then this is going to be plus 4, right? So now is that we have our P and Q. Now we want to find A. So how do we do that? Is that we have one set of coordinate. So we're going to substitute that. Substitute that set of coordinate, which is B. Right? Then when we do that, it's going to be negative 4 is equals to A. Then this is going to be negative, this is going to be negative 3 plus 1 all squared plus 4. So let's solve that. So we take the 4 to the other side. So it's going to be negative 4 minus 4 is equals to A. Then this is going to give us what? This is going to give us negative 2 all squared, right? And this is going to give us negative 8 is equals to A. Then this is going to be positive 4, right? So it's going to be negative 8 is equals to 4A, right? Then what we're going to do is that we're going to divide both sides by 4. So it's going to be negative 8, right? Divided by 4 is equals to A. So therefore, A is going to be equals to negative 2. So let's check that's true. So we have our A as being negative 2. So now substitute this negative 2 back here so that we can basically solve it exactly like this. So let's do that. So it's going to be f of x is equals to negative 2. Open bracket, it was x plus 1 all squared. Then it's going to be plus 4. So now it's going to be f of x is equals to negative 2. Expand this, so it's going to be x squared plus 2x plus 1. Then this is going to be plus 4. So it's going to be f of x is equals to negative 2. Distribute the negative 2. So it's going to be negative 2x squared. Then it's going to be negative 4x. Then lastly, it's going to be negative 2. Then it's going to be plus 4. So therefore, f of x is equals to negative 2x squared, right? This is going to be minus 4x. And this is going to be plus 2. Let's check the fact that that's correct. So now doing question 5.2, right? It says determine, so it says determine the values of k, right? Which h of x is equals to f of x plus k, where it has no roots, right? So first we need to understand what it means to have no roots. So no root means, means that the graph h of x does not have x-intercept. So that's what it means, right? So is that it doesn't have any x-intercept, meaning if we go back, do you see the fact that it has x-intercepts here? So meaning is that the graph is going to go down in such a way, the fact that now it looks like this. We're looking for something like this, where there isn't any x-intercept. Hope that makes sense, Anna? So that's what we're looking for. So how do we find the values of k so that we can achieve that? So one, you understand what it means, right? So the steps that we need to do is that the first step is that you need to determine what A is. Because depending, and this is for the general form, right? And I'm going to like put it in a red box so that you know the fact that this is the general form. Then we're going to apply the steps to the question, right? So step number 1 is determine the shape. Determine the shape. And I'm saying determine the shape, right? And meaning the fact that when A is greater than 0, you know that our graph is going to be what? It's going to be a smiley face. So let's make it here. So if it's a smiley face, it's going to go like this, right? It's going to be like this. Let me zoom it in. Okay, cool. For some reason. Okay, cool. So it's going to be a smiley face. Let me erase this. It's going to be like this, right? If it's a smiley face, and I'm just drawing a random graph, right? If it's a smiley face, or let me just draw it like as the general form. If it's a smiley face, you know the fact that it's going to have two x-intercept, right? So it's going to be one here and one here, obviously, and it's depending on different graphs, right? Is that it's going to have an asymptote. So for us to not have what? For us to not to have any x-intercept, right, is that the graph needs to move up, right? So the graph needs to move up, So when it moves up, right, it moves up like this. So it's going to move up, meaning we're looking for something that's going to be somewhere here, right? So meaning it's going to move up and we're looking for something like here. So meaning our condition needs to reflect that, right? So that's what our condition needs to reflect, meaning this is the condition that it needs to reflect, is that this is the general formula that you would use, right? Is that when this is the case, right, we need it to move up, meaning we need our y, right, turning point, the y coordinate of the turning point, plus k is what is greater than 0. Then if a, so this is the formula that you would use, which is very important, right? Then if a is what? A is less than 0, right? Meaning our graph is going to look like this. Our graph is going to look like this. Here it has x-intercept, but we need it to move down because if it goes up, it's going to keep on having the x-intercepts. So it's still going to move down like this. And this is the general formula that you would use, which is why I'm going to call it TP plus K is less than 0, right? So you need your A because of your A gives you the shape and you know which one to pick. I hope that makes sense, right? So this is the two formulas, right? Okay, so now answering the question, right, is that we know the two rules, right, depending on what A is. So now let's answer our question. So we know the fact that we need A. So we see that A is equals to -2, -2, and this is from here. Let me just show you. It's here, and we also solved it here, and it's from here, right? So we see the fact that it is equals to -2. -2 is less than 0. From this two, which option it is? This is option 2. So meaning we're using option 2, right? So we see the fact the formula for option 2 is y TP, right, plus K is less than 0, right? So we need the y coordinate of the turning point. If we go back into the function, this is the y coordinate of the turning point. So let's go back. So we know the fact that y TP is equals to 4. So let's substitute. So it's going to be 4 plus K is less than 0. Take the 4 to the other side. So therefore K is less than -4. And that's your final answer for this question. So now we're going to do question number 5.3. But before we do that, I want to just copy and paste this diagram because we're going to use it, right? So the question is going to use this diagram. So let me just copy it, and yes. So we're going to be using it. So I'm just going to paste it here, right? And I think ignore this. Yeah, ignore this. I'm just going to put it in a block. Ignore this whole thing. It's in white. Yes, right? So the question says, let me just read the question. And as we're doing the question, I'm going to just translate what it means, right? So it says the graph of y, right, is equals to g prime, where g prime is the first derivative of g, right? Meaning we see the fact that, yes, g prime of e, then we say the fact that they tell us g prime, right, is obtained when f is reflected on the line y is equals to 4, right? So how do we get g? Is that we see the fact that we have our graph. Our graph is f of x, which is this one, right? The original one, which is going to be f of x. This is what we're given, right? To get g prime, right, we need to reflect it on the line y is equals to 4, right? So we see the fact that 4 is here, right? So I'm going to draw a dotted line going through there, right? Then we need to reflect it, meaning, do you see the fact that it's up? So it's going to be reflected there. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to block this again. So I'm gonna block this because we don't need it, because I want to just show the reflection. That OPs it, yes. All right, so then what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna extend the y axis. So I'm gonna extend the y axis, so it's gonna be like this, right? So we see the fact that this is the y axis, right? So reflecting, right, reflecting on this line is that now our graph is down, meaning our graph is gonna look like this, right? So this is our what? This is our G prime, right? So we see the fact that G prime, the difference between, okay, so the difference between f of x and G prime is that this graph was what? This graph was a sad face and this one is a smiley face, right? So now the difference is what? Is basically A is being positive, right? So if we take our f of x, do you see the fact that this is our f of x? Duplicate it, cut it. Just gonna put it here, right? We said the fact that this is f of x, right? So the difference here is that G prime is basically going to be a positive 2, right? Then the turning point is the same. Do you see the fact that they still share the same turning point? So the turning point is going to be the same, right? So the turning point is going to be the same. Then another thing that we see is the fact that G prime does not have any x-intercept because it's floating up. Hope that makes sense, right? So we have established the fact that what is G prime, right? So if G prime is a quadratic, right, what is G of x, right? G of x is a cubic function. Because if you find the first derivative of a cubic function, you get G prime, right? Then another relationship is that if G prime, so note, right, if G prime, right, does not have what? X-intercepts, as we can see. Do you see the fact that it does not have any x-intercept, right? Since it doesn't have any x-intercepts, right, that means, sorry, intercept, let me just spell it completely, intercepts, right? That means what? That means that G of x, which is the cubic function, right, does not have turning point. Does not have any turning point. Okay, so let me show you the fact that what happens if it doesn't have any turning points, right? Is that, remember the fact that to get the shape, now we're sketching it like hypothetically how it's going to look, right? Is that we know the fact that G prime, right, is that its A is positive, right, because it's positive 2. Remember the fact that this is G prime. It's positive 2, so meaning it's positive, meaning its graph, it's like this. It's a smiley face, right? So that means the fact that also G of x, right, this means the fact that A for the cubic function is also positive, and the shape is gonna go like, it's gonna look like this, going up then down. But remember the fact that there is no turning point, right? So there is no turning point. But remember that there is no turning point, right? So if there is no turning points, meaning the graph goes from concave up and concave down. So meaning our graph is going to look like this. It's going to be like this, right? And this point here is going to be now the point of inflation, which changes the graph from being concave up to concave down, since it does not have any turning point. Hope that makes sense, right? So now how do we find this point, right? This point. So we find this by finding here is going to be the second derivative, right? And when we find the second derivative, so let's find it. We know the fact that the first derivative, so let me just go up, is that I'm just going to rewrite g of x. So we know the fact that g of x I gave you in terms of like this, right? So this is g of x. So let's find g prime. So we know that g prime of x is equals to 2x plus 1 all squared plus 4, right? So g prime of x again is going to be equals to 2. Then this is going to be x squared plus 2x plus 1, right? And this is going to be 4. Distribute the 2, so it's going to be 2x squared, right? Plus 4x, then it's going to be plus 2 plus 4. So this is still g prime of x. Then therefore g prime of x, right, is equals to what? It's equals to 2x, right, squared plus 4x, then it's going to be plus 6, right? So g double prime, right? So to find the point inflation is that it's going to be the second derivative equals to 0. So it's going to be g prime. Then this is going to be what? It's going to be 2 multiplied by 2, x2 minus 1. That's going to be plus 4 multiplied by 1. That's going to be x minus 1, right? Then it's going to be plus 0, right? Then therefore g double prime is going to be 4x, right? And this is going to be plus 4, right? Equate this to 0, so it's going to be 4x plus 4, and this is going to be negative 4 is equals to 4x, right? And therefore this is going to give us what? This is going to give us x is equals to negative 1. So this point here is going to be x is equals to negative 1. Hope that makes sense so far, right? So we have established so far from the information that we got how the shape is going to look and where this curve going from up, then it goes like concave up to concave down. Hope that makes sense, right? So now it tells us the fact that one extra information, it tells us the fact that draw the graph. So we need to draw the graph, right? The sketch of g if g of x, right, is less than 0. What does that mean? This is when we find the y-intercept, right? That's when we find the y-intercept. So this whole thing means when g0 is less than 0 means that because this is the y-intercept, right? Means that the y-intercept is negative. So it needs to be in the negative x-axis, right? So now let's complete, drawing it properly, right? So this is how the graph will look, the complete version of it. So it's going to look like this, right? Remember the fact that it doesn't have any turning points, right? So it's going to go like this. So it's going to go like this. Then remember the fact that it needs to cut here. So let's start from here. So it's going to go like this because of there's a y-intercept, right? Then it's going to go down like this. It's going to go like this, then down like this. Where this point is whatever the point we want to say is the y-intercept. So this is the y-intercept. Remember the fact that it's negative. And this point here, right, matches up with when x is equals to negative 1. So this is how you would answer this question. I hope this makes sense. Okay, now let's do question 6. So let's read the question. It says the graph f is equals to p to the power x plus q, and g of x is equals to mx plus c. So we see the fact that this one is an exponential function and this one is a linear function, right? And they tell us the fact that they are drawn below, and they tell us that A is the point of the intersection of f and g, and they tell us that B, right, which is here, is the y-intercept of f. Then they say E is the x-intercept of g, right? So we have all that information. So the first one, it says calculate what? We need to calculate the value of P and Q. So the value of P and Q is from here, right? So now let's understand what P is and what Q is, right? So first is that we're going to start with Q. Q is what? Q is the asymptote, right? So it's the asymptote. So now answering the first question with where we need to calculate P and Q, right? To calculate P and Q, right, is that we're going to use the 2 points that are on f of x to basically find our P and Q, right? So this one is what? This is going to be 0 and -3, right? And the other one is 4 and it's 3 and 4. So what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute first this coordinate B. So we're going to substitute B, right, into f of x, right? Because that's where P and Q is. So we see that f of x is equals to P to the power x plus Q. So let's substitute. So this is going to be what? This is going to be -3 is equals to P to the power 0 plus Q, right? Therefore, -3 is equals to 1 plus Q, because anything to the power 0 is 1. Then take the 1 to the other side, so it's going to be -3. -1 is equals to Q. So therefore, our Q is equals to what? Our Q is going to be equals to -4, right? So now we have used our B, so we're going to substitute. So no, we're going to first update f of x. So let's update it. So when we update it, it's going to be f of x is equals to P to the power x. Then this is going to be -4, right? Now to solve for P, we're going to say substitute our remaining coordinate, which is A, 2, which is A is 3:4, right? And now when we do that, it's going to be 4 is equals to P to the power what? P to the power. So it's going to be P to the power 3 minus 4. So it's going to be 4 plus 4 is equals to P to the power 3, right? So therefore, this is going to be 8 is equals to P to the power 3. Cube root everything to get rid of this. So it's going to be 2 is equals to P, right? So P is going to be equals to 2. So now our formula is going to be f of x is equals to 2 to the power x minus 4. So here we have calculated our P, and also here we calculated our Q. So now we're going to do question 6.2. So we need to find the range of what? Of f. So finding the range is quite simple. We're going to use this general form. We know the fact that the general form, right, in terms of A, B, and C is this way. It's that it's going to be y is basically equals to y is equals to A multiplied by B to the power x, right, plus P plus Q, right? So this is the general form. So to find the range for this, it's going to be what? First, you need a couple of things. You need your A, right? And you need your Q. Because your answer, depending on what your A is that it's going to give you your answer. So let me just move this, because this is going to be common in terms of what you need, right? So you need your A and you need your Q. So when A, okay, cool. So when A, let me just do this. I need space. So when A is greater than 0, then your range will be what? Y is. So you also need your Q. So it's going to be Y is greater than Q, right? Then when your A is less than 0, then your range here is going to be what? It's going to be Y is less than Q, right? So that's why you need your A and Q. So let's put that into a box, right? And we're going to basically solve now, right? So now in our case, we need our A. Our A is the one that's in front of what? That is in front of the one that is an exponent. So in our case, there is, so if I take f of x, I think, let me just do this. We know that we found that f of x is equals to 2 to the power x minus 4, right? Let's update it, yes. So we know the fact that A is the one that's in front of the one that has an exponent. So since there is a number and it's positive, so that means it has a positive 1. So it's 1 multiplied by 2 to the power x, which is the same as 2 to the power x. So our A is equals to positive 1, meaning it's greater than 0, right? Then our Q is this negative 4, right? So therefore our range is what? Is option, is this one, which is, I'm going to call it option 1, which is going to be y is, since it's greater than negative 4. So that will be your answer for this one. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to do 6.3. So let's read the question. It says the graph G, G prime, the graph G inverse, right, also passes through the point B, right? So we know the fact that the G inverse passes through the point B, right? And it tells us to determine the equation of G. So they give us what? So what are we given? We are given a point, right? A point on the inverse which of, right, of g of x, which that point is B, is what? Is 0 is to negative 3, right? So we're given that point. But what we need to do is that we need to find the equation of g of x, right? So we need to find the what you call the equation of g of x. So we see the fact that g of x is this line, right? Is this line, right? So since it's this line, is that we know the fact that it's that line, and since it's completely, we don't have the gradient, and we also don't have the what you call this, the x the y-intercept, is that we need 2 points. We only have one, right? So to find the other point is that we are given this information. What do we know the relationship between? So the relationship between g of x and g prime, right, is the following. So I'm going to draw a table, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be g of x and this is g inverse, right? So meaning my x-intercept becomes my y-intercept. Then my y-intercept becomes my x-intercept. Then we have the following, is that my x becomes my y and my y becomes my x, right? Then also we have the domain and range, meaning the domain becomes my range. And lastly, my range becomes my domain, because of we just swapping x and y. So in our case, what we given g of x as being what? The coordinate for it. We are given as being b is equals to 0 is to negative 3, meaning we can find the coordinate of g of x here, which is going to be what? Swapping my x and y. So it's going to be what? My coordinate here, which I can call it b prime, is what? Is negative 3 and 0, because that's what it means for an inverse. Hope that makes sense, right? But we see the fact that this is actually what? This is actually my x-intercept, right? Since this is my x-intercept, meaning that's point E. So b prime is actually E, right? Because of this is going to be negative 3 is to 0. So now having that is that we can basically find the equation. We can find the equation of g of x. So let's do that. So finding g of x is that first we need the gradient. So we know that the gradient is equals to, so let me just say finding g of x, right? We have 2 points, so I'm going to just write them. So it's going to be point E, which is what we just found, which is negative 3 is to 0. And point, let's go up, point A, which is 3 is to 4. Right? So we know the fact that we need the gradient. So g of x we know is equals to mx plus c. So we need m, and we know that m is going to be y. It's going to be what? It's going to be equals to y, ye minus ya divided by xe. Very important, you always match it up. If you're going to start with ya, make sure the fact that the denominator is xa, right? Then it's going to be xa, right? So now let's substitute. So it's going to be y, so it's going to be 0 minus 4 divided by, so it's going to be negative 3 minus 3, right? So that's going to give me what? Punch that into the calculator. You're going to find that your gradient is equals to 2 over 3, right? So now let's update g of x. Right? So now we need c. So how do we find c? Is that we have 2 points, right? You have 2 points, which is E and A. Just substitute either one of them. So I'm going to substitute E. So substituting E, which is going to be negative 3 is to 0, right? Into g of x. So let's do that. So let me just do that. So it's going to be 0 is equals to 2 over 3. Then there's going to be negative 3 plus c, right? So this is going to be what? This is going to be equals to negative 2 plus c. Take it to the other side, so therefore c is equals to positive 2. So we see the fact that c is equals to positive 2. So therefore y is equals to what? It's equals to 2 over 3 x plus 2, which y is the same as g of x, is equals to 2 over 3 plus 2. So that's your final answer for this question. So now doing 6.4. 6.4 says write down the equation of G inverse in form of y. So we're finding the G inverse, right? So to find G inverse, you need to take the original, which is going to be G of x is equals to 2 divided by 3, x plus 2. Then the first step is that you're going to basically write in what you call this G of x in terms of y. So it's going to be y is equals to 2x 2 divided by 3x plus 2. Then what you're going to do is that you're going to swap x and y. So this is going to be x is equals to 2 over 3 y plus 2. So our goal is to what? Is to basically make sure the fact that our answer is in terms of y. So we're going to take 2 to the other side. So it's going to be x minus 2 is equals to 2 over 3 y, right? Then what we're going to do is that we're going to divide both sides by 2 over 3. So this is going to be the same as what? So since this side is multiplication, when it goes to the other side, it's going to be division. So it's going to be x minus 2, right? Then this is going to be divided by what? Divided by, make sure you put inside a bracket, huh? So it's going to be divided by 2 over 3 is equals to y. Let's clean this up. So this is the same as x minus 2 multiplication. Then your numerator goes to the denominator and the denominator goes to the numerator. So it's going to be 3 over 2, right? So now let's distribute it. So it's going to be y. So when we distribute it, it's going to be what? It's going to be 3 over 2, right? X, then it's going to be minus 2 multiplied by 3 over 2. So this and this are going to cancel out, and this is equals to y. So therefore, y is equals to 3 over 2 x, right, minus 3, right? So this is what? This is our G inverse, which is going to be 3 over 2 x minus 3. Hope that makes sense. So now we're going to do question 7. So let's start. It says John invests an amount of money into an account paying an interest rate of 15% compound monthly, meaning the interest rate here is I, and the M, which is whether it's monthly, annually, quarterly, that M is going to be equals to what? Is going to be equals to 12 because it's compound monthly, right? So then the question says calculate the annual effective rate, right, of the investment. So we're looking for I effective, right? So how do we calculate the the effective rate? We're going to use this formula, which is going to be what? It's going to be 1 plus I effective, right? It's equals to what? It's equals to 1, right, plus I, right, divided by what? Divided by m, right? And that is to the power what? To the power m, right? So from here we have the following. We need what? We need our I and m, and we already know that IF is 15% because of from here when highlighted. But remember the fact that we always change our interest rate to what? Into, we always divide our interest rate by 100. So to change this, it's going to be what? It's going to be 15 divided by 100, meaning our interest rate is 0.15. You always change it from percentage to a decimal. Hope that makes sense, right? So let's put this into a block, right? Knowing the fact that we're using that, right? So now let's substitute, right? So substituting, we know the fact that we're going to have what? 1 plus I effective, right? It's going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 1 plus what? 1 plus 0.15 divided by what? Divided by 12. And that is going to be to the power of 12, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to take the 1 to the other side so that we can have the effective rate alone. So we're going to say the effective rate is equals to 1 plus 0.15 divided by 12 to the power 12, right? And this is going to be minus 1. So the effective rate, right, when you punch that into the calculator, you're going to get what? You're going to get 0.1608, right? But we change it into what? Into a percentage. So the effective rate, right, changing it, so you're going to multiply it by 100. It's going to be what? It's going to be what? It's going to be 16.08%. So that's how you would find the effective rate. So now let's do question 2. It says Tino invest $500,000 into an account earning, right? Account earning interest at a rate of 6% per annum, right? Compounded quarterly, right? Very important is that we know the fact that here our interest is what? Our interest is going to be 6%, but it's compounded what? Compounded quarterly, meaning our m is going to be equals to 4, right? So they tell us the fact that Tino decides to withdraw. So we see that Tino decides to withdraw what? 11,250 at the end of each and every 3 months, right? But Tino will continue to make the regular withdrawals until there is no money into the account, right? So they were saying how many 11,000, right, 250 will Tino be able to make, right? So since we're dealing with withdrawals and the money that's remaining still gains interest, is that we're going to use present values, right? So we're going to use this formula. So we're going to use this formula, which is the present value formula. We can't use the future value because it's that there's no, like, you just withdrawing amount that you initially put in, right? And from there, that money, when you withdraw while it's sitting, it gains interest. Open bracket, it's going to be 1 minus, open bracket, it's going to be 1 plus, then it's going to be I divided by m, then this is to the power negative n, right? Then close it, then this is going to be divided by what? By I divided by m, right? So we're going to write all the information that we need, and remember that we're calculating n, right? So is that P is going to be $500,000. Then X is going to be the amount of withdrawals that we're taking, which is going to be this amount, right? We're going to have what? We're going to have I, which is in our case, it's 6%. Then obviously we're going to divide that by 100. So it's going to be 6 divided by 100. And that's going to give us 0.06, right? Then lastly, we're going to have M, which is our M is going to be 4 because of its quarterly, right? So now using this formula, we're going to substitute. So let me just do this. Move this somewhere here, right? So using this formula, which is I'm going to just do this. We're going to substitute, right? So let's substitute. We know the fact that this is going to be $500,000. Then it's going to be 11 to 50. Then open, it's going to be 1 minus, going to be 1 plus 0.06 divided by what? Divided by 4, right? and this is to the power negative n because of that's what we're looking for. And this is going to be divided by 0,06 divided by 4, right? So now we're going to take this and multiply it here, right? So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to say half a mil, right? Then since it's dividing here, we're going to multiply. So it's going to be 0,06 divided by 4. And this side, we're going to be left with 11,250. Then it's going to be 1 minus what? 1 plus 0,06 divided by 4 to the power negative n, right? Then close square bracket, right? So now when you take this into the calculator, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get 7,500, right? And this is going to be equals to 11,250, right? Open bracket. This is going to be 1 minus 1 plus 0,06 divided by 4. Then this is to the power n, close bracket, right? So now the next step is what we're going to take this, right? And since it's multiplying on the other side, we're going to divide it here. So that's what we're going to do. So it's going to be 7,500, right, divided by 11,250. And here we're going to be left with 1 minus 1 plus 0,06 divided by 4 is to the power negative n, right? So then this, when you punch this into the calculator, what you're going to get the following. You're going to get 2 over 3, and this is going to be what? This is going to be 1 minus, open bracket, 1 plus 0,06 divided by 4 to the power negative n, right? Then now what we're going to do is that we're going to take what? We're going to take this 1 to the other side, right? So when we take this 1 to the other side, it's going to be 2 over 3, right? Minus 1 is going to be equals to minus. Then this is going to be what? This is going to be 1 plus 0,06 divided by 4 is to the power negative n, right? So now when we simplify this part, so we're going to simplify two things. We're going to simplify this, and we're going to simplify whatever that's in the bracket. Hope that makes sense. Let's start with this one. When we simplify that, we're going to get a positive. We're going to get what? Not a positive. We're going to get negative 1 over 3, right? And this side, we're going to get what? We're going to get negative. And this is going to be 1,015 to the power what? To the power negative n, right? Since both of them are negative, so it's okay to make them both positive. So it's going to be like this, 1,015 to the power negative n, right? So now we want what? We want this n to be the subject, right? So when we're making the subject is that we put it on the other side, so it's going to be negative n, right? Since it's the subject, so we're changing the exponential to being a subject. Then we're going to say log, right? Do you see the fact that in log there's going to be a base here, right? This base is the same base that you have in the exponent. So meaning this number is going to come here. So this is what we're going to have here. It's going to be 1,015, right? And then there is a number next to it just here, right? Sorry. Just here, there's going to be a number. That number is going to be the number that was on the equal sign. So this is going to be 1 over 3, right? So that's what you're going to get, right? So when you punch this into the calculator, you're going to get the fact that this is going to be negative n. And when you punch this into your calculator, you're going to get... So now when you punch this into the calculator, you're going to get the following. You're going to get your answer as negative 73, right? Comma 788, right? Since they both negative, that means the fact that n is going to be equals to, and since we're calculating the number of withdrawals, right, the person can make, is that we're going to always round it up. We're going to round it down. So here is that even the next number is 7. When we round it down, it's going to be a total of 73 withdrawals. So that's how you would answer this question. So now let's do question 7.3. Let's read the question. It says, on the 1st of March 2021, right, Abby made a once-off deposit of 12,000 into an account earning interest of 9.5 compounded monthly, right? Then she says, then they say the fact that she deposited 500 into the same account on the 1st, right? And continues to make the monthly deposit of 500 on the 1st of each month afterwards, right? Then the question says what? Calculate how much money was in the account immediately after the deposit of 500 rand, right, is made on the 1st of March, 2025, exactly full 4 years after the initial deposit, right? So we know the fact that in total we have 4 years, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to draw a number line to understand the situation, right? So within the number line, this is the following. So we know the fact that this is going to be where the first deposit happened, which is going to be the 1st of March, right, 2021, right? Then on the 1st of March, which is a full year, right? 2022, nothing happened. But we know the fact that on the 1st of April, right? 2023, made a mistake here. This is 2022, right? Is that we deposited money. Then 2020, the 1st of April, the 1st of March, sorry, right? 2024, nothing happened till we calculating till the 1st of March 2025, right? 2025, right? So now let's fill in. On the first year is that deposited 12,000 with an interest rate of 0.095. I just divided this by 100, right? And we know the fact that since it's compounded monthly, we know the fact that M is going to be equals to 12, right? Then 1 year, so we know the fact that I'm just going to do it with another color. Then 1 year, right? Pause. So this is year 1. So this is 1 year. Then this is 1 year, right? Then another year passes, so meaning it's 2 years, right? Is that this is 1 year, 2 years. Then here in this year, right, is that she started making what? Monthly deposits, right? So she started making monthly deposits. So we know the fact that she made monthly deposit of 500 rand with the same interest, which is going to be 0.95. Then it's going to be M is equals to 12, right? Then she made those interests, like those monthly interests, for the next coming years, meaning it's going to be this year, which is going to be this year, which is going to be year 3, and till year 4, right? So now we see the fact that what happens is that from year 1 till year 4, right, our money, the 12,000, is sitting there, right? Then we need to calculate 2 things. So we need to calculate the money that was deposited, which is going to be the 12,000, right? And that one we're going to use what? For this one, we're going to use A. For this one, we're going to use A is equals to P, right? Then it's going to be 1 plus I to the power N, right? So this is what we're going to use here. Because of it's the money that's deposited from 2021 till 2025. Hope that makes sense, right? But at 2023 is that she made separate monthly installments, right? And since she's putting in money, we're going to be using the future value, which is going to be this formula, right? Since the monthly installment is 500 rand, so it's going to be 1 plus I, right? And that's going to be N minus 1 square bracket. Then that's going to be what? That's going to be, I think I want to replace my I into, since it's monthly installment, since we know it's going to be I divided by M, yes, right? And this N is multiplied by M, right? And this is going to be I divided by M, right? So that's what we're going to be doing, right? So now when we're done is that our final answer, we're just going to be plussing this 2. So we're going to start with the first one, right? So with the first one, which is I'm going to call this 1, and this I'm going to call it 2, right? So I'm going to start with 1, right? So starting with 1, we know the fact that 1 is what? It's A is equals to P, right? And this is going to be what? This is going to be 1 plus We know the fact that our I is always divided by m, and this n is also multiplied by m, right? When we're dealing with monthly, quarterly, and all that, just remember the fact that our I is divided by m and our n is multiplied by n, right? Hope that makes sense. So this is going to be what? We're calculating the future value, meaning we're calculating for A. So our P here is the 12,000. So that's what we have. So, and here our X is 500, right? So here we're going to have what? We're going to have 12,000. Open bracket 1 plus, then this is going to be 0,095 divided by 12 to the power what? To the power how many years? Remember the fact that it's the whole timeline. So meaning it's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a total of 4 years. So here n, right? N is equals to 4, where here n is equals to 1, 2. So here n is going to be equals to 2. Hope that makes sense, right? So we know the fact that this is going to be what? This is going to be 4 multiplied by 12, right? So then what we're going to do is that we're going to punch that into the calculator. You're going to get that your A is equals to what? Your A is going to be equals to 17, right? 521, comma 118, right? So that's what we're going to get. So that is going to be how much the deposit, the 12,000 deposit is going to be in 2025, right? So now we're going to move to 2, calculate 2, which is our future value. So our future value is going to be F is equals to 500 Rand, right? And it's going to be square bracket. It's going to be 1 plus 0,095 divided by what? Divided by 12, right? And this is to the power what? To the power 2 years. Remember, multiplied by 12. And this is going to be minus 1, close square bracket. And this is going to be divided by 0,095 divided by 12. Punch that into the calculator. You're going to get your value to be what? To be this, which is going to be 13,158, comma what? Comma 65. Right? But remember that that's not our final answer. We want to know the amount, the total amount. So the total amount is basically equals to 1 plus 2, which is A plus F, right? Which is going to be 17,521, comma 18 plus 13,000, right? It's going to be 13,158, comma 65. Punch that into the calculator. Your total is going to be equals to 30,679, comma what? Comma 83. So that's how you would answer this question. So now we're going to do question 8. It says determine f prime from the first principle if it is given that f of x is equals to x squared minus 2, right? So finding the first derivative using the first principle, this is the formula that you're going to use, or this is how you're going to approach it. So it's going to be f prime is equals to the limit when h approaches 0, f of x plus h minus f of x, right? And this whole thing is going to be divided by what? It's going to be divided by h, right? So now from this, right, we need the following. I'm gonna solve this following thing separately. I'm gonna first solve for f of x plus h, then I'm gonna solve for the whole denominator, then substitute it back, then then solve for f prime. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we're gonna do what? We're gonna solve for f of what? F of x plus h, right? We already know that f of x is x squared minus 2. So now what we're going to do is that wherever I see x, I'm going to substitute by this whole thing. So it's going to be what? It's going to be x plus h, right? All squared minus 2. So this and this is the same thing. It's just that this replaced this. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let's simplify this. So we're going to have x squared, right, plus 2xh, right, plus h squared minus 2, right? So we see the fact that we can simplify this further. So we're going to move to the next part, which is finding f of x plus h minus f of x. which is the entire numerator, because this and this are the same thing. So now let's solve that. We're going to have what? We're going to have this, which is going to be x squared plus 2x h plus h squared minus what? Minus 2. Because remember what? Remember the fact that this is now this. That is why we substituted this by this. Hope that makes sense, right? And this is going to be minus f of x. F of x, we know the fact that it's this one. So I'm going to put it inside the bracket. Very important to always put inside the bracket, because of when you're going to have to distribute the negative, right? So it's going to be x squared minus 2, right? So now let's clean this up. It's going to be x squared plus 2x h plus h squared minus 2. And it's going to be minus x squared plus 2. Because when we distribute, we're going to get a negative x squared. Then the negative 2, we're going to become positive. So what do we see? We see the fact that this and this are going to cancel each other. And this are going to cancel each other, because they're all going to be 0. So you're going to be left with x, 2 x h plus h squared, right? So now we have what? Then we have the updated numerator. Do you see? Now we can replace it by that. So now let's substitute, right? So when we substitute, we're going to have this is going to be equals to the limit when h approaches 0. Then it's going to be what? The numerator now. Remember the fact that this and this are the same thing. So we're going to replace it with the one that we simplified. So it's going to be 2xh plus h squared divided by h, right? Because we want to substitute to get rid of this limit, right? We need to substitute h by 0. But we see the fact that now if we substitute by 0, 0, and 0 here, this is going to be undefined. So we want to get rid of this h. So what do we see? We see the fact that we can pull up at the numerator, we can pull up h as a common factor. So we know the fact that now the limit when h approaches 0 is going to be h 2x, right? It's going to be 2x plus h, right? And this is going to be divided by h. So this h and this h are going to cancel out. So you're going to have the limit when h approaches 0, right, of 2x plus h. Since now when we substitute, we're not going to get an undefined answer. Our final answer is going to be the limit. No, because we're substituting, sorry. Because since we're substituting, so it's going to be 2x plus open bracket. Wherever we see h, we're going to put a 0. And our final answer is going to be 2x. So that's how you would solve this question. So now what we're going to do the next question is that we're finding the derivative, but they just decided to write it in this form. So now the first thing that we need to do, so we need to solve it in this form, right? So here the rule that we're going to use is this one. So if we have y is equals to what? So let me just write it below, because I want to put inside a box, is that if we have y is equals to ax to the power n, right? And now we're looking for the first derivative, or d over dx, anything like that, is that when we find the first derivative, it's going to be a multiplied by the power, which is n, right? And it's going to be x to the power n minus 1. So this is the rule that we're going to be using, right? So now let me put that inside a box. All right. So put it inside the box. Then I'm just going to put it here on... I'm just going to move it here on the side so we can answer this question, right? So now with this question is that, first thing first is that make sure the fact that everything is in individual terms, meaning it's two terms that are adding each other. That's what we want, right? So since we see the fact that it's like that, now we can apply the rule. So when we apply the rule, it's going to be what? It's going to be d over dx, right? So let me just rewrite it. It's going to be 3x squared minus 4x, right? When we apply the rule is that this dx is going to cancel. So we're going to basically have equals to. Now when you apply it, it's going to the square bracket and the dx is going to cancel. So you're going to have 3 is a, so it's going to be 3 multiplied by the power, which is 2. Then this is going to be x, then it's going to be 2 minus 1, right? Then here we see the fact that we have the power 1. So it's going to be minus a here is 4. Do you see the fact that a here is 4? So we're going to have 4 multiplied by 1, then it's going to be x 1 minus 1. So let's simplify this. This is going to give us 6, and it's going to be x. 2 minus 1 is going to be 1, so it's going to be the same as 6x. Then here we're going to have what? We're going to have minus 4. Then it's going to be x to the power 0. Anything to the power 0 is what? Is basically what? Is basically 1. So we know the fact that this is going to be 6x, and this is going to be minus 4, because anything multiplied to 1, it's equals to itself. So that's how you would solve this question. So now we're solving g prime if we're given g of x and they give us g of x, right? If you notice the fact that still we're going to be applying this rule, but the difference with this question is that you see the fact that here it was individual terms, but here we see a bracket. We hate brackets, and also we see what? We see this square root. So we want to get rid of the square root and the bracket. So let's do that, right? So we know the fact that first let's simplify g of x so they can be individual terms. So it's going to be what? It's going to be g of x negative 2. Let me just rewrite it. Right, it's going to be x minus 1 all squared, right? So it's going to be g of x is equals to negative 2. Let's not deal with the square root first. So it's going to be the square root of x, right? And here it's going to be x squared minus 2x plus 1, right? So that's us simplifying that one, right? So now with that is that we got rid of the square, right? Meaning now we need to get rid of the square root, right? So let's do that. So it's going to be g of x is equals to negative 2. Then the square root is the same as writing it into a power. So it's going to be 1 over 2. Then this is going to be x squared minus 2x plus 1, right? So now what we're going to do is that we want to get rid of the bracket, meaning we're going to distribute negative 2x a half throughout all three terms. So it's going to be g of x is equals to negative 2x 1 over 2 multiplied by x squared, right? Then this is going to be minus, so it's going to be negative 2 multiplied by negative 2 multiplied by this x to the power 1 over 4, then this x. So let's do that. So it's going to be what? It's going to be negative 2 and negative 2. It's going to give me a positive 4. Then this is going to be x 1 over 2 multiplied by x, right? And lastly, the other one is going to be just negative 2x to the power 1 over 2 multiplied by 1. We're going to get negative 2x 1 over 2, right? So now we see the fact that it's the same base, right? Meaning we can add the exponential, right? So let's do that. So it's going to be g of x is equals to negative 2x 1 over 2 plus 2. That's going to be plus 4. It's going to be 1 over 2 plus 1 because it's the same as 1 here. Then lastly, this one remains the same. So now let's clean this up. So it's going to be g of x is equals to negative 2x. Then it's going to be what? It's going to give me 5 over 2, right? Plus 4. Then 4 is going to be 3 over what? 3 over 2. Then lastly, this is going to be a half. Yes, right? So now everything is in its individual term, meaning we can apply this, right? Because of we have a and we have n. So let's do that. So since we're applying the exponential rule, so we're going to say g prime, since we're going to be applying it, right? So it's going to be negative 2 multiplied by 5 over 2. It's going to be x 5 over 2 minus 1, right? Plus 4 is going to be what? Multiplied by 3 over 2. Right, then it's going to be x, then it's going to be 3 over 2 minus 1, and lastly it's going to be negative 2 multiplied by half. Then it's going to be x, then it's going to be what? It's going to be 1 over 2 minus 1. So let's clean that up. So we're going to find that g of x, g prime of x, is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to negative 5. Then it's going to be x, then this is going to give me 3 over 2, right? Then this one is going to be plus 6x. Then this is going to be a half. Then lastly, this one is going to give me what? Negative 2 multiplied by half is going to give me 1. So it's going to be minus x to the power negative 1 over 2. Right? So if you had to write your answers in positive exponent, it's going to be g prime of x is basically equals to negative 5 x 3 over 2 plus 6 x 1 over 2. That's going to be minus what? Minus 1 divided by x to the power a half. So that's how you would solve this question. Okay, now let's go to 8.3. Let's read the question. It says, given that y is equals to 4x minus 14 is a common tangent, right, to f of x, and they give us f of x, and we see that f of x is a complete function, and also we have g of x, which has a missing component of a and b, right? They want us to determine the value of a and b. So what I like with solving every tangent equation is that I need to first sketch it. So let's sketch the situation. It's not going to be perfect, but let's sketch the situation, right? So this is the situation that we have, right? So let me just do this. Right? So we see the fact that we have what? The tangent line. So the tangent. And we have the complete equation. So we know the fact that this is y is equals to 4x minus 14, right? We have f of x, and f of x is complete, meaning we're going to have to use it somewhere, right? Minus 4x minus 6, right? And we have g of x, which is the one that has a and b, and we need to get our a and b from, right, to complete it. So minus 18, right? So now is that when dealing with the tangent is that you need one more thing, which is the point of contact, where the tangent line is touching the curve, right? So we need that point, and always have that point, right? Because of it's going to help us. It's going to always help you with solving the equation, right? So we see the following. We see the fact that we do not have that point. We do not have that point completely, but we can find it, right? We can find it with the following information. We know the relationship between the gradient, right? We know the relationship between the gradient and the curve. And I'm going to use the curve that I already have complete information with, right? Because of g of x is not going to help me. So I know the relationship between the curve, which is the same relationship is going to apply even for the one that we have missing information. But now what we're going to do is that we're going to find, let's call it point C, right? And it's going to be XC and a YC, right? So it's a point of contact where all three functions are touching each other, right? So that's where it's a common point, right? So finding C, right, is that we know this relationship is that to find the gradient, right, which is the one that I highlighted, is that we need to first find the first derivative, right, of x to this point, right? X to this point, and this is equals to the gradient, which is m, right? But we already know that m is 4, right? From here, we know that m is 4. So we know the fact that the first derivative of xc is equals to 4. The nice thing is that the first derivative is already complete. Since it's already complete, we can find the first derivative, right? So the first derivative here is going to be f prime, right? It's going to be equals 2. So it's going to be 2 multiplied by 2. X, then it's going to be 2 minus 1. It's going to be 4 multiplied by 1. It's going to be x, 1 minus 1. Then lastly, if it's a constant or it's a number, it's going to be always 0. So it's going to be 0. So let's clean this up. We know the fact that f prime of x is equals to what? It's going to be equals to 4x, right? And this is going to be minus 4, right? So this is what we're going to have. Then remember the fact that we want xc, we want this point, right? So I'm going to substitute that. So we know the fact that f prime of c is equals to 4x minus 4, right? So now what we're going to do is that we already know the fact that this, right, is equals to what? Is equals to 4. So I'm going to substitute this by 4 because of, do you see the fact that this and this are the same thing? So we're going to say 4 is equals to xc minus 4, right? So take the 4 to the other side. It's going to be 4, right? Plus 4 is equals to 4. This, then this is going to give me 8 is equals to. So therefore, we see the fact that's going to be 8 divided by 4 is equals to xc. So therefore, this is going to be 2 is equals to xc, right? So now we have the fact that the x coordinate right here is going to be 2, right? We need the complete coordinate. Remember the fact that, again, now we have two equations that are complete. So I can either substitute this 2 here or here. So I'm going to substitute it by the tangent, right? just to have the complete coordinates. So I'm going to substitute xc into what? Into xc equals to 2 into the tangent. Right? So we know the fact that y is equals to what? Y is equals to 4x, right? 4x minus 14. Right? So it's 4x minus 14. So we know the fact that y is going to be equals to 4. Then this is going to be 2 minus 14. And we see the fact that we have our complete point, which is going to be y is equals to what? It's equals to negative 6, right? Since it's equals to negative 6, now we have the complete coordinate here. Our complete coordinate now is going to be what? It's going to be c is going to be 2 is to negative 6, right? So now we have the complete point, right? So now using the information that we have is that we're going to solve for a and b, right? So the first thing that we're going to do is that we need two equations, right? Because we're going to be solving simultaneous because we have two unknowns, right? So creating the two equations, so solving, let me just do this. Solving for a and b. A and b. Remember the first relationship that we used to find c, right? SC is the same relationship that I'm going to use to create the first equation, right? So we know what? For equation 1, we know the fact that g prime of xc, right, is equals to the gradient. We already know the fact that g prime of what? We already found that xc is 2. So we know the fact that of 2 is equals to the gradient. So now we're going to take g prime. We're going to find g prime first. And I'm just going to copy and paste this so that we have it. Duplicate it, copy it. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to put it here. So we can have reference. So we know the fact that this is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to a multiplied by 2. That's going to be x2 minus 1. Then this is going to be plus b multiplied by 1. It's going to be x1 minus 1. And this is going to be minus 0. So g prime of x, we know the fact that's going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 2ax, right? Then this is going to be plus b, right? Then this is going to be plus b. Then remember the fact that we're looking for what? For g prime. Going back, remember the fact that it's that g prime of what? G prime of 2 is equals to m, right? And we already know the fact that m, and I didn't write it, this is the same as g prime of 2 is equals to 4. Because remember the fact that we already know that the gradient is what? Is 4. So we already know that m is 4. Hope that makes sense, right? So we are basically going to say g of 2, g prime of 2 is going to be 2a. So wherever I see x, I'm going to put 2. So it's going to be 2 plus b, right? So it's going to be g prime at 2 is equals to 4a plus b, right? But remember the fact that we know the fact that g prime, right, this and this, it's equals to 4. So I'm going to substitute this by 4, right? So we're going to do what? This is going to be 4 is equals to 4a plus b. Hope that makes sense, right? So now, since we know the fact that it's going to be 4a plus b, is that I'm going to just make b the subject. So I'm going to make b the subject so that we don't create the third equation. So it's going to be 4 minus 4a is equals to what? Is equals to b. And this is going to be equation 1. Hope that makes sense, right? So now we have equation 1, right? Now, remember I told you the fact that it's going to be important for us to have this coordinate. Because of having this coordinate, right, is that since this coordinate is also on this curve, is that we can substitute this coordinate here to get the second equation, right? So let's do that. So we're going to substitute c, which is 2 is to negative 6, into, I'm just going to pick up g of x again. Okay. Into this g of x. So now it's going to be negative 6, right? It's equals to a. then this is going to be 2 squared plus b, then it's going to be 2 minus 18. So this is going to be negative 6 is equals to what? Is equals to 4a plus b, right? And this is going to give me what? Plus 2b, sorry. So it's going to be plus 2b, and this is going to be minus 18. Take the 18 to the other side, so it's going to be negative 6 plus 18 is equals to 4a, right, plus 2b, right? So now when you say negative 6 plus 18 is going to give me a positive 12 is equals to 4a plus 2b, and this is going to be equation what? This is going to be equation 2, right? So now we have equation 1 and equation 2. Equation 2 is already in terms of b, so what we're going to do is that we're going to substitute equation 1 into 2, right? So we're going to have 12 is equals to 4a plus 2b. So now wherever I see what, so let me come here, right? Let me do this. Wherever I see b, I'm going to substitute by this whole thing. So that's what I'm going to do. So it's going to be 12 is equals to, let me just see whether can I get them. Yeah. So it's going to be 4a plus 2, then it's going to be 4 minus 4a, right? So now let's simplify that. So it's going to be 12 is equals to 4a, right? And this is going to be plus, so it's going to be 8. Then this is going to be minus 8 minus 8a, right? So now we're going to group everything in terms of a to one side and everything with non-a to the other side, right? So we're going to have what? We're going to have 12. So it's going to be 12 minus 8 is equals to what? To 4a, right? Minus 8a. So this side we're going to have what? We're going to have our 12 minus 8. So here what we're going to get, this is going to be a positive what? It's going to be positive 4 is equals to what? This is going to be negative 4a, right? So now divide both sides by negative 4. So it's going to be negative 1 is equals to a. So we know the fact that our a is going to be equals to negative 1. So now we have negative 1. We're going to substitute a equals to negative 1. We're into equation 1, right? Into equation 1 because it's already in terms of b, right? Into equation 1. So we know the fact that b is equals to, let's go up. It's 4 minus 4a, right? So we see the fact that b is equals to 4, right, minus 4, then this is going to be negative 1. So therefore b is going to be equals to 4 plus 4, and therefore b is going to be equals to 8. And that's how you're going to solve your a and b. Hope that makes sense. So now we're going to do question 3, right? Sorry, not question 3, question 9. It says, given that f of x is equals to x cubed minus 6x squared plus 9 minus 4, then they tell you the fact that it's equals to x minus 4, then x minus k all squared, right? So they say the fact that we need to show the fact that k is equals to 1. So to move from here, right, to move from here to this is that we need to basically factorize it, right? So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to factorize it. So factorizing this, so we know the fact that we have what? We have f of x, right, is equals to x squared minus 6x squared plus 9x minus 4, right? So we're going to factorizing using the synthetic method, meaning it's going to be, we're going to draw this L thing, right? And now numbers, there's going to be numbers that come here and there's going to be a number that comes here, right? So first let's discuss the number that's going to come here. Is the coefficient of x cubed, of x cubed. So that's going to be the coefficient. Let me just change this. This is 3, right? So it's going to be the coefficient of x cubed, right? The coefficient of x squared, the coefficient of x, and the constant, right? So here we know the fact that the coefficient of x cubed is going to be 1. So 1, then here is going to be negative 6. Then it's going to be 9, and it's going to be negative 4, right? So basically here it's going to be a B, C, and D. So that's the values that are going to come here. Hope that makes sense, right? Then here, what number do we need there? It's that if it was normal factorization and we needed to solve for x, which is the x-intercept, is that we needed to do like a trial and error to find the factors, but they already give us one of the brackets. Do you see? We know the fact that one of the bracket is going to be x is equals to 4, meaning here one of the factors is x is equals to positive 4 because of we solve for x, right? So we know the fact that the factor that's going to come here is going to be 4, right? So now we need to factorize this. So the first thing that we need to do is that the a, we always drop it, and we drop it, then a is going to be here, right? Then we're going to take this a, right? We're going to take this value here after dropping it and multiply it by this. Then that number is going to come here. So let's do that, right? So we're going to do it here. So it's going to be 1 multiplied by 4. Then 1 multiplied by 4, you're going to get a positive what? We're going to get a positive 4. So now we add, right? Here we add, right? So when we add, we're going to say what? We're going to say negative 6. Negative 6 plus 4, which is we're going to get negative 2, right? Then we're going to do again, we're going to take this number and multiply it by this, and we're going to get this next number. So let's do that. So it's going to be negative 2 multiplied by 4, which is going to give us what? Which is going to give us negative 8, right? So negative 8 is going to come here, right? So when you add this together, so when you say 9 plus negative 8, you're going to get a positive 1, right? So again, you're going to take this number and multiply it by this, and this is going to come here. Then it's going to be what? It's going to be 1 multiplied by 4, which is going to give me a positive 4. So this 4 is going to come here, and we're going to add. When we add those two together, we're going to get 0. You know that you're doing something right if you get the 0. If you don't get the 0, there's something wrong that you did, right? So now we know that, right? So what does this numbers mean, right? What do they do? What do they mean? So this is going to be the coefficient of x squared. This is the coefficient of x, and this is c, right? So now when we done factorize, and remember the fact that we have factorized, so we're trying to factorize f of x, right? We are given as x squared, right, minus x squared, x cubed, sorry, minus 6x squared plus 9x minus 4, right? So we're gonna have the first bracket. So we know the first bracket is from this factor they already gave us, right? So we're gonna have this first bracket, which is gonna be x minus 4. Then the second bracket is the one that I told you is the coefficient. So the coefficient of x squared is 1, so it's gonna be x squared. The coefficient of x is negative 2, so it's going to be negative 2x. Then then c is a constant, so it's going to be plus 1 because of that c, right? So we're going to close that, right? We see the fact that this is a quadratic, meaning we can factorize it, right? So f of x here is basically equals to what? It's going to be f of x. This is going to be x minus 4. And when we factorize this, we see the fact that we're going to have x what? X minus 1, right? And another x minus 1, right? Which is the same as f of x is equals to x minus 4, then x minus 1 all squared, right? Since we have x minus 1 all squared, if we go back, we see the fact that this k is here at the x minus 1, right? So therefore, we see the fact that if we had to solve this bracket, right, it was going to be what? K is basically equals to what? K is basically equals to positive 1. Reason why it's not negative 1 is positive is because if it's inside the bracket, it's negative, but if you take it out, it's positive. Hope that makes sense, right? So K is equals to what? Is equals to positive 1. Hope that makes sense on how you would solve this question. So now we're going to do 9.2. It says calculate the coordinates of the turning point, right, of F. So meaning we're looking for the turning point, which is also known as the stationary point. So we need F of X, right? We see the fact that F of X, I'm just going to copy and paste it from here because I already took it. So I'm going to take, yes, that, duplicated, cut. So we know that f of x is equals to this. So how do we find the turning point? Is that the turning point is the first derivative, right? So it's the first derivative, right, equals to 0. So let's find the first derivative. So the first derivative is going to be equals to what? It's going to be 3x squared, right? This is going to be minus 6, then multiplied by 2. So it's going to be x, right, minus what? It's going to be 2 minus 1. Then it's going to be plus 9 multiplied by 1, x to the power 1 minus 1. And lastly, it's going to be 0. So now f prime of x is equals to, this one I just simplified it. So it's going to be x squared. And this is going to be minus 12x, right? Then this is going to be plus 9. And so this is going to be 0, so this is going to be 0 too. So this is going to be x to the power 0, which is 1. So that's why we just have 9, right? So we know the fact that f prime is equals to 3x squared minus 12x plus 9, right? We know the fact that that is equals to 0, so it's going to be 3x squared minus 12x plus 9. So we're going to factorize this. So when we factorize this, we're going to have the following. First, before factorizing, since everything has as a factor of 3, we can divide throughout by 3. So it's going to be 0 is equals to 3 here. So it's going to be 3x squared divided by 3 minus 12x divided by 3. And lastly, plus 9 divided by 3, right? So we're going to have what? 0 is equals to what? To x squared, right? X squared minus 4x, right? And this is going to be plus 3, right? So now we can factorize this. So when we factorize it, we're going to have x 0 is equals to, then this is going to be x minus 3. And this is going to be x minus 1, right? So therefore, x is going to be equals to 3, or x is equals to 1, right? So now with that is that we need the complete coordinate. So we're going to substitute our x equals to 3 and x equals to 1 into f of x, right? Not f prime, but f of x, right? So we're going to substitute it to f of x. So I'm going to take it again, duplicate it, cut. Right? So we know the fact that f of x is going to be equals to what? It's going to be 4. For x equals to 3, we're going to have the following. We're going to say f, so it's going to be y is equals to, then this is going to be 3 cubed minus 6, then it's going to be 3 all squared plus 9, then this is going to be 3, and this is going to be minus 4, right? So therefore, it's going to give me what? It's going to give me y is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to negative 4 when you punch that into the calculator. So the coordinate here is going to be 3 is to negative 4, right? Then now for x is equals to 1. So it's going to be y is equals to what? To 1 cubed minus 6, 1 all squared plus 9, 1 minus 4, right? Therefore, y is going to be equals to what? Y is going to be equals to 0. So therefore, the coordinate here is going to be 1 is to 0. So these are going to be your 2 turning points. Hope that makes sense. Okay, now what we're going to do, we're going to do 9.3. It says describe the concavity, right, at x is equals to negative 3, right? So what we need to do first is that we need to draw the shape. So we need to draw the shape of f of x, right? Then I'm going to tell you on how to find the concavity when it's concave up and concave down. Then from there, we're going to determine where x is equals to negative 3, whether it's concave up or concave down. Hope that makes sense, right? So the first thing that we need to do is draw the shape, right? I'm just going to draw a rough sketch of it. So I'm just going to take f of x. I'm just going to take it from here, right? So we're going to copy it. Okay, cool. Let's take it again. Copy it and cut it. So we're going to put it here, right? So to determine the shape of any graph, right, is that we need A. A in our case is the coefficient of x cubed. We see the fact that A is equals to 1 and 1 is greater than 0, meaning our shape is going to be like this, right? It's going to be like this, meaning it's going to go up, right, increasing then decreasing, right? So it's going to be like this. So I don't want to put the x, or what you call this, the y intersect, right? Because what we care about is the x values, right? So yes, so that is that, right? So we know the fact that this is how the shape is going to be, right? So to determine concavity, right, is the following, is that on the graph, right, what we need is what? We need the following. We need the point where the graph goes from concave up. So in our case, this will be concave up, right? Then concave down will be the green part, which is going to be this one, right? So there's going to be a point where our graph, let me just do it in red, where our graph changes from being concave down, to concave up. So the yellow part, this part yet, is going to be concave down. Sorry for saying up, because the graph is looking down, right? Then this part is going to be concave up, because it's looking up, right? So that's what we're looking for. So we're looking at this point, the x value of that point, which is called the point of inflation. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it right or wrong, right? But this point, right, is known as what? Let me just do it in another color. Just want it to be distinct. So this point, right, is known as the point of inflation, right? So at this point, this is actually a coordinate, right? So it's going to be x and y. We only care about the x, right? So is that from the x, is that from negative infinity, so which is, this is negative infinity and this is positive infinity. In our case, since it's going up, down, right, is that the yellow part from 0 till this x value, right, will be concave down. Then from where? From that point till positive infinity will be concave down, right? So now to know whether where x lies, right, where this x value lies, right, is that we need to first find this point, right? Then we're gonna know whether, if it's x minus whatever this point is, we're gonna just know whether where is x x equals to -3, where does it lie, whether does it lie in concave out or concave down. Hope that makes sense, right? So to find the x coordinate, because that's what we care about, of the point of inflation, right, is that we need to do the following. We need to find the second derivative, right, and we need to equate it to 0, right? So first we're going to find the first derivative. So the first derivative, we already found that, right, when we were solving for the turning point, right? We know the fact that the first derivative was equals to, let me just do the final version of it. The first derivative was equals to this, right? So we're gonna put it here, right? We already found that the first derivative is equals to this. So let me just pull it up. Just like this. We already know that that's the first derivative, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to find the second derivative, because the second derivative is the one that we need to equate it to 0. So finding the second derivative is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 3 multiplied by 2. Then this is x2 minus 1, right? Minus 12 multiplied by 1. Then it's going to be x1 minus 1. Then lastly, this is going to be plus 0. So the second derivative is going to be equals to 6x, right? And this is going to be minus 12, right? So now we know the fact that this, right, needs to be equated by 0. So let's do that. So it's going to be 0 is equals to 6x minus 12, right? We're solving for x, so it's going to be 12 is equals to what? Is equals to 6x. So divide both sides by 6, so it's going to be 12 divided by 6 is equals to x. So therefore x is going to be equals to what? X is going to be equals to 2, right? So now we know the fact that our x value here is going to be 2. So here the point is going to be 2 and some y value. We don't care about the y value, right? So now where is x -3, right? X -3 is where? It's going to be somewhere here, right? It's going to be somewhere here. So -3 is going to be somewhere here. Since it falls on the yellow part, which is concave down, so since now we know the fact that x -3 falls under concave down, the final answer is just going to be what? It's going to be that x equals to -3 is concave down. Hope that makes sense, right? So now let's do question 9.5. It says, just need to highlight a couple of things. It says calculate the maximum vertical distance, right? And the distance is between F and H, right? For which our X is between 1 and 3. And very important is that H of X is equals to what? Is equals to negative 2 F prime X, right? So we're looking for what? So the first thing that we're looking for is the following, is that we're looking for the distance, right? The vertical distance. So I'm gonna call the vertical distance what? D of X, right? Then we know the fact that D of X, they tell us the fact that D of X is the vertical distance between F of X and H of X. So always, if they say it's between F and X, right, F of X or another function, they could say anything, right? We always start with this subtracted by this. So this is the same as what? As H of X minus F of X, right? We already know what F of X, we need to find H of X. So we see the fact that H of X, right, is equals to negative 2 F prime X, right? So we already know what F prime X, right? I'm just going to go up because of we already calculated it. So we don't need to calculate it again. So I'm just going to copy paste this. So I'm going to duplicate it, cut it. So I'm just going to put it here. All right, we already know the fact that F prime of X is equals to this. So I'm just going to erase it later on. So we know the fact that H of X is equals to negative 2. Wherever we see H prime of X, we're going to substitute by 3x squared, right, minus 12, right, X, then it's going to be plus 9, right? So we have replaced F prime of X by this. Hope that makes sense, right? So now what we're going to do is that we're going to distribute the negative 2. So it's going to be what? It's going to be negative 6, right? So it's going to be negative 6x squared, right? Then this is going to be plus 24, right? X. Then lastly, it's going to be minus 18, right? So we're going to have that. So I think, let me just put it here. I don't think I want to delete it. Let me just move it somewhere here, right? Then maybe put in a block. Yes. Okay, so this is what we have, right? So now we're going to basically looking for what? Remember the fact that, let me just move this one here because I want to continue whatever that I'm looking for from here, right? So we know the fact that, sorry about that, let me move this one here, further here, right? So we know the fact that H of X, we found it. So it's going to be D of X is equals to what? Is equals to negative 6x squared, right? Plus 24x minus 18, right? Then minus F of X. So I'm going to go back and look for F of X, right? So go back. We know the fact that F of X is equals to this one, right? So I'm going to duplicate it, cut it, right? So I'm just going to put it here. Yes, I'm just going to put it here. So we know the fact that this is going to be what? Paste. I'm just going to put it inside a box again. So we know that F of X is equals to what? Is equals to x cubed, right? So it's going to be x cubed. Then it's going to be minus 6x squared. Then this is going to be plus 9x. And this is going to be minus 4, right? So we have that, right? So now let's clean this up. So when we clean it up, it's going to be D of X is equals to negative 6x squared, right? And this is going to be plus 24x minus 18. Distribute the negative, so it's going to be minus x cubed minus plus 6x squared, right? And this is going to be minus 9x. Then lastly is going to be plus 4, right? So now, again, let's simplify it, meaning grouping like terms. So I'm just going to highlight the terms that are the same. So this one matches up with this one, right? And we see the fact that this one matches up with this one. Then the constant, which is this one, matches up with this one, right? So let's clean that up. So it's going to be D of X is equals to negative x cubed, right? Because that's alone. Then for x squared, we see the fact that they're gonna cancel out. Do you see? One is positive and one is negative, and it's the same thing. Then for x, 24 minus 9, we're gonna get plus 15 x. And lastly, for the constant is negative 18 plus 4, we're going to get negative 14, right? So the question says find the maximum distance. When we find a maximum distance, maximum means the first derivative. So we're going to be finding the first derivative, right? So maximum distance. So the first derivative equals to 0, right? So maximum vertical distance means the fact that we're looking for d of x is equals to 0. So let's find d prime x, right? So it's going to be equals to what? It's going to be negative. Then take the 3 at the front. So it's going to be 3x. So it's going to be 3 minus 1. Then this is going to be plus 15, right? This is going to be multiplied by 1. X 1 minus 1. And the other one's going to be 0, right? Clean that up. It's going to be d prime of x is equals to what? This is going to be negative 3 x squared, and this is going to be plus 15, right? So remember the fact that it's equals to 0, right? So therefore this is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to negative 3x squared plus 15, right? So what we're going to do is that we're solving for x, right? So we're going to take this negative, we're going to take this negative 15 to the other side. So when we do that, we're going to have what? I'm going to take the negative 3x squared to the other side. So it's going to be 3x squared is equals to 15. Divide both sides by what? By 3. So it's going to be x squared is equals to 15 divided by 3. So it's going to be x squared is equals to 5, right? Square root both sides. So when we square root both sides, it's going to be x squared is equals to, then this is going to be 5 plus or minus. Every time when we square rooting, right, is that the other one needs to be plus or minus, right? But remember the fact that in the question, right, they gave us a restriction. They said the fact that x needs to be between what? Needs to be between 1 and 3, right? So therefore our answers are positive, right? So therefore x, right, is basically equals to what? It's equals to square root 5, because of square root 5 falls between 1 and 3. Hope that makes sense, right? But remember the fact that in the question they said what? They said find the maximum distance. They didn't say find what? They didn't say to us just find the x coordinate of the maximum distance. We just found the x coordinate. So to find the maximum distance, right, is that we need to substitute, right? Is that we need to substitute x is equals to root 5, right, into the distance formula, which is dx. So we're looking for d square root 5, right? So we already know the fact that dx, let me just zoom it out, right, is equals to what? Is equals to negative x cubed plus 15x minus 14, right? So wherever we see x, we're going to substitute by root 5. So this is going to be equals to what? To negative. Then this is going to be square root of 5 or cubed plus 15, right? Then this is going to be square root of 5, right? And this is going to be minus 14. Punch that into the calculator. You're going to get that your maximum distance, right, is going to be 8,36. So this is going to be your maximum distance, which is going to be 8,36. Hope that makes sense. So now let's do question 10, right? It says A and B are mutually exclusive, right? Events. What is mutually exclusive is that both of them is that they separate. Like if this is for event B and event A and B, that means the fact that there is no intersection, right? Then they tell us the fact that if the probability of A is 0,42 and the probability of A or B is 0.79, we need to calculate the probability of what? The probability of B. So they gave us what? The addition of probability A and B, right? So normally is that if they are, what you call this, if they are not mutually exclusive, right? So I'm going to give you two formulas, right? One is that when they are not mutually exclusive, and the other one when they are mutually exclusive. So using the addition rule, right? So this is going to be probability of A or B is going to be equals to the probability of A plus the probability of B, right? Then this is going to be minus the probability of A and B, right? So this is for what? This is for when not mutually exclusive, because of it includes the intersection. Hope that makes sense, right? Not mutually exclusive, right? So now probability of A or B, so there's no intersection, so we're not going to have this because it's 0. So it's going to be the probability of A plus the probability of B. So this is for when it's mutually exclusive, right? So this is the two formulas. So I'm just going to put it here. It's called the additional rule, right? So it's going to be here, right? So let me just do this. So now we're going to pick the second one, right? Because we know the fact that this is mutually exclusive. So it's going to be the probability of A or B, which is going to be equals to what? The probability of A plus the probability of B, right? We are given the fact that the probability of A or B is 0.79, and we're given that the probability of A is 0.42, and we're looking for the probability of B, right? So we have everything. So take this to the other side. So it's going to be 0.79, right? Minus 0.42. So that is going to be equals to the probability of B, right? So you're going to punch that into your calculator, and when you punch that into your calculator, you're going to get that the probability of B is basically equals to what? To 0.37. So to answer this question, you just needed to know the additional rule. Hope that makes sense. So now let's do this question. Let's read the question, right? So it says a game at a fun park requires a player to roll 6-sided dice and pick up a card from a deck of 52 cards, right? So they tell us how a player would win. So they tell us that a player would win if a player wins if an odd number appears, right, on the upper side, on the upper face of the dice, and right, and the player also draws a picture card from the deck. Then they tell us what is a picture card. They tell us the fact that a deck of cards has 4 suitors, meaning it's going to be a heart, a diamond, a spade, and a club, right? And they tell us the fact that there are 4 picture cards, right, which is king, queen, jack, and ace in every suit, right? So now let's continue. It says a player pays 10 rand. So each player needs to pay 10 rand to play a game in an hour, right? Within an hour. Then they tell us the fact that 260 people can each play one game, right? So within an hour, 260 people can play the game. Then they tell us the fact that the owner wants 70% of the profit. So whatever amount that's made, right, the owner wants 70% to be the profit. Then what they want from us is that we want to calculate the maximum amount that the owner must pay out for each winner. So basically we need to what? Calculate. So this is the following. So let's organize our thoughts properly, right? So what is the question really asking us, right? Is that we need to calculate the money. So we need to calculate the money, right? The money per winner. We need to calculate the money per winner, right? And what do we need to do that, right? So to calculate the money per winner, we need the following, right? We need the total money available. So total money available, I can't spell available for some weird reason, available, right, for payout. So meaning the money after the profit is taken out, right, for payout, right? And secondly, we need the total number of winners, meaning we need to calculate the probability from the information that they gave us, the number of winners. So that we can know how much is, like how much each winner is going to get, right? The money of the number of winners, right? So now this is what we need, and I'm just going to put it into a block, right? And we're going to do it step by step. It's going to be quite long, but I hope I don't lose you guys, right? So the first step, right? The first step is that we need to highlight all the important information, right? So the first step is that we're going to go back and highlight all the important information. Is that one, we know the fact that a player needs to pay what? It needs to pay 10 rand, right? To pay a game, right? And we know the fact that we have 260 people who plays, right, the one game. So that's what we know. Then again is that the profit, right? We know the fact that from the total amount, right, is that 70% of the profit needs to be taken out. So that is the information that we need, right? Then now after that is that we can basically what? Oh yeah, so we know the profit, right? We know how many players are there, how much that is needed. Then now, how does someone win, right? So we know the fact that someone wins with the following is that the player needs to pay an odd number upon the dice, meaning when rolling the dice, right, is that an odd number needs to appear, then the winner is part of the winning. Then another part is that the player needs to draw a picture card from the deck, right? So the first part that I highlighted, which is from here, right, is how much each person wins, meaning it's calculating the profit and the money portion, right? So this is how to calculate the money that's going to be available, right? And this portion here is basically showing us on how someone wins. Hope that makes sense. So we have highlighted every important part, right? So now we're gonna go to the third step, which is finding out the total money collected, right? Then we're gonna calculate the profit. Then we're gonna calculate the money that's available for winners, right? So we're gonna do this. So I'm gonna say what? I'm gonna remember the fact that there's total money available for payout. So I'm gonna make that its own heading. So the total money available for payout, right? So for payout, so I'm gonna put that like that, right? First we need to know how much money was collected, right? So we need to find the total money collected, and we know the fact that the total money collected is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to how much each player paid, which is going to be 10 rand, right? Multiplied by the number of players, which is 260, right? Which is going to give us what? This is going to be the total money collected, which is 2,600. Hope that makes sense, right? Then from there is that we need to find the profit. So we need to find the profit. So profit, they tell us the fact that the person needs to take what? The owner needs to take 70% of the profit. So it's going to be the total number that's collected, meaning it's going to be 2,600, right? Multiplied by the profit, right? So multiplying by the profit, which is going to be 0.7 because that's 70%. And that's going to give us what? The profit is going to be equals to 1,820. So that's the profit, like, right? So now the money available for the winners, right? So the money available for the winners, winners, right? So the money available for the winners is going to be what? It's going to be now the total money that was collected minus the profit. So it's going to be the total money that was collected, which is going to be 2,600, right? Minus the profit, which is going to be 1,820. So the money that's available for the winners is going to be 780. Right? So that's the money that's going to be divided, meaning answering the first part, which is this one, right? The total money available for payout. Hope that makes sense, right? And just to make sure the fact that we're consistent, let's highlight it with a color so that we know the fact that we're going to use it later on, right? So that's that, right? So we done this part. We have done this part. Now we're gonna basically the number of winners, right? So the number of winners is going to be taken from this information. So let's find the number of winners. Right, it says the number of winners. So the number of winners, so let's do this. Right, so we know the fact that the number of winners, right, is dependent on two things. Is that in the dice part, right? So in the dice part, right? The dice part is that the player needs to what? Needs to roll an odd number to win, right? An odd number to win. Right? So the player needs to roll an odd number. A dice has how many numbers? Has 6 numbers, right? So we have a total of 6 numbers, right? And how many odd numbers? We have 3 odd numbers. So we have 3 odd. We have 3 odd numbers. So what is the probability? The probability, right, of what? Of the dice, of the dice. I'm just going to call it the dice, right? Is equals to what? Is equals to 3 divided by what? 3 divided by 6, right? So which is going to be equals to a half. So that is the probability of winning, like throwing out an odd number. Hope that makes sense, right? Then now we're going to move to the cards, right? So the person needs to draw a what? It needs to pick a picture card, right? So they need to pick a picture card, right? So now to explain the picture card situation is that I'm going to show you a picture right now. So now here we have the picture cards, the option, right? So we have king, queen, jack, and ace, which is from the information that they gave us here, right? So that is the picture cards, is that, right? Then the 4 suitors, which is heart, diamond, spade, and club, is what? Is our different type. Do you see that? This is our different type. So for each picture is that it needs to have a heart, a diamond, a spade, and a flower, right? So we have, for each, we have a total of what? Of 4, 4, 4, meaning in total, we have how many picture cards? We have in total, so first we know the fact that our total cards, right? We have a total deck of cards is 52, right? That we know, they even gave us in the information, right? Then the total picture card, so the total picture card is that if we add all of them, it's going to be equals to 16, right? So now the probability, right, of getting a picture card is going to be what? It's going to be the probability of picture card is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 16 divided by 52, right? So that's going to give us what? Which is going to be 4/13, right? So now we have the probability of getting what? Of getting an odd dice, right? Then the probability of a picture card. Hope that makes sense, right? Now, how to find the win, right? So to find the probability of winning, so the probability of winning will be what? Will be the probability of the dice, right? Multiplied by the probability of what? of picking what? Picking a card, right? So now with that is that we're going to multiply the 2. So we know it's going to be a half because that's a dice. Remember from earlier on. And this is going to be 4 divided by 13, right? So now this is going to be what? The probability of winning is going to be what? It's going to be 2 divided by what? By 13. But remember the fact that we're looking for what? We're looking for the number of winners. So the number of winners, so the number of winners is basically equals to what? It's equals to the total. It's going to be equals to the total number of people. So it's total number. So it's going to be the total, right, multiplied by the probability of winning. The probability of winners, right? So now it's going to be what? It's going to be 260. Remember the fact that that's the total amount of people that participated, right? Multiplied by the probability of the people that are going to win, which is going to be 2 over 13, right? Punch that into the calculator. You see the fact that 40 people are the people that are going to win, right? So 40 people are winners, right? So that's how you would do it, right? So for now is that we have what? We have our 2 ingredients, right? We have the 2 ingredients. Remember the fact that the question, then I'm just going to refer back to the question, is that we're looking for what? Money per winner, right? So to calculate money per winner, so money per winner, right? Right? We need what? Money per winner is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to the what? To the total amount. So the total payout. So the total payout, right? So the total payout. Or let me just name it exactly how I named it here before this. So it's going to be the money available for winners. So it's going to be the money. It's going to be the money available for winners. So duplicate this. Yes. So that it makes logical sense. Right, so it's going to be the money available for winners, right? Divided by what? Divided by the number of winners. So divided by the number of winners. So the number divided by the number of winners. So we know the fact that the total money was what? Was 270, the one that I highlighted. So let me just also highlight this one, right? As we know the fact that it's going to be 780. Why did I say 270? 780. Then this is going to be divided by 40, right? So the money per winner is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 19 rand, 5 cents. So that's how you would solve this question. So now let's do question 11. It says consider, I take my highlighter. It says consider a 3-digit number from 501 up to 999, right? Then the question says how many 3-digit number, right, has exactly 15 in them, right? So first we need to understand what we're looking for, right? So we're looking for a number. So we're looking for a number from 501 up to 999, right? But the number, the numbers that are between 501 and 99 is a 3-digit number, right? But the key important here, right, that basically helps you understand what the question really wants, the key indicator is the fact that they tell us the fact that our number, our 3-digit number must have exactly 15. Exactly 15 means the following. What is going to be acceptable, right? So numbers that are going to be allowed, so allowed numbers are going to be one that has 15. So for instance is that 503 is allowed, right? Then 659 is allowed, right? Or for instance maybe the last one is a 5, so meaning 6 7, 5. Do you see the fact that here we have 5 here only, 5 here only, and 5 here? So this is the numbers that are allowed, right? Then numbers that are not allowed will be 5, 5, 3, because there's 2, 5. Then 5, 5, 5, because there's 3, 5, or 5, 0, 5. Where we have more than 1 5, this is not allowed. Hope that makes sense, right? This is allowed, this is not allowed. Hope it makes sense on what we're looking for, right? So now to calculate the numbers that are allowed is that we need to split it into 3 cases, right? So splitting it to 3 cases, so we're going to have to split it into 3 cases. And here are 3 cases, right? So case number 1, case number 2, and case number 3. So case number 1 is that 5 is only in the 100th. So it's going to be in the 100th. So it's going to be in the 100th place. It's going to be in the 100th place. And what does it mean to be in the 100th place? So if we have a 3 digits, right? We know the fact that 100 is 3 digits. Then 5 is only going to be here. And here can be any number besides 5, right? Then option number 2 is that it's in the 10th place. 10th place. Meaning if we have our 3 digits, 5 is only allowed here. Then here is a number that's greater than 5. Remember, because of our number is between what? So meaning here is going to be what? It's going to be greater than 5. So it's going to be greater than 5. Greater than 5. Greater than 5. Then here can be a number, any number, right? Then number 3, case number 3 is going to be the unit place. Which is going to be like this. Meaning it's here. Still here it's going to be greater than 5. Greater than 5. Then here is any number. So now let's sort out case by case, right? So we're going to do case 1. Case 1 and see how many options, meaning it's going to be the 100th place. So let's deal with that one, right? So dealing with that one is that remember the fact that here 5, meaning it's going to be one option. Then here, remember the fact that numbers fall between what? So the options that you have for numbers is between. So option for numbers. So option for numbers is 0 till 9, right? So here is that remember the number cannot be equals to 5. So here it cannot be equals to 5. And also here it cannot be equals to 5. So from 0 to 9, if we take out what you call this, from 0 to 9, we have how many options? From 0 to 9, we have 10 options, right? Because of it's 0, 1, 2, 3 till 9 is 10 option. If we take out 9, take out 5, right? Take out 5. We're going to have what? We're going to have a total of 9 options. So here, how many options do we have? So here we're going to have 9 options, and also here we're going to have 9 options. So here, since 5 is the only option there, so it's one option, right? So now to calculate how many, how many choices you're going to have, it's going to be total of choices. So total of choices for here, total of choices. For the first one, you only have to choose 5, right? So it's going to be one choice. Then here, it's going to be a total of 9 options because of we took out what? We took out 5. So it's going to be what? It's going to be 9. And here it's going to be total of 9 options again. So our total is going to be 81, right? But I'm going to go back to what the question is between 501 and 99, right? Here is that inside our 81 choices, right, we have one number. Since you see the fact that it's from the last one is from 0 till 9 excluding 5, right, is that we have one option from here, from 81, right, we have one choice which is 500, né? And 500 is not within this range. The range that they gave us, which is going to be what? Which is going to be from 501 till 999. So we're going to subtract that one. So here the total number here, the total of choices is going to be what? It's going to be equals to 81 minus that one option, which is 500, which is going to be 80. Hope that makes sense, right? So that sorts out that part, right? So now we're going to go to case 2. Case 2, which is going to be the tens place. Right? So we're going to just do this. Right? Remember that the tens place is that the 5 is where? Is here. The 5 is in the middle. Right? So, meaning the 5 in the middle has one option. So here, how many options are there, right? Remember the fact that our number needs to start where? From 500, right? Going upwards. Meaning our options for this one, anything greater than 5, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have a total of 4 options. Then here, still again, so that one is sorted, is that here we have 9 options again. 9 options. So with that said, right, is that here our total options, or our total choices, our total choices, why do I call it total of choices? Our total choices, right? So our total choices will be what? Will be, the first one is 4 choices multiplied by 1 because only 5. Then the last one is 9. So our total choices for this one is going to be what? It's going to be 30. It's going to be 36, right? So lastly, we're going to do case number 3. Case 3, right? Case 3 is the unit place, right? So with the unit place, again, is that we know the fact that the last one needs to be 5. So meaning the choice for the last one is going to be 5. Here is still going to be greater than what? It's going to be greater. So our choices here is going to be 4 options because of it 6, 7, and 8, right? So it's going to be 4 options. Then here in the middle is going to be what? It's going to be 9, right? So the middle one is going to be 9 options, because it's going to be all of them, right? So now is that our total choices here is going to be equals to 4 multiplied by 9, right? Multiplied by 1, right? Which is going to still give us 36, right? So now with that is that we need to add everything up. So the numbers that, what you call this, the numbers. So now numbers with exactly 1. So numbers with exactly 5. So with exactly 5 is equals to, we're going to add up 80, 36, and 36. So it's going to be 80 plus 36 plus another 36, which is going to give us what? 152. So that's how you would answer this question. So now we're going to do 11.2, right? It says calculate the probability of a 3-digit number not satisfying the condition given in 11.1. So basically, we calculating the probability in simple terms. We're calculating the probability of not exactly 1/5. So not exactly 1/5, right? So how do we do this? Is that, remember the fact that we found the total of exactly 1/5, right? So you were basically calculating the complement of exactly 5, right? So the complement is going to be what? It's going to be 1 minus the probability of exactly 1/5, right? And the nice thing is that we already know what is the total of exactly 1/5. Now we need to calculate the total, right? The total number between 501. So we need to find the total number between what? 501 and 99. So the total number, so it's going to be the total number. So basically here, let me just write this so that we know the fact that why do we need the total number. It's going to be 1 minus what? The probability of exactly 5 is basically what? It's going to be basically the number of exactly 1/5, right? Divided by what? Divided by the total number between the total number from, actually not between, from 501 right till 999. So that's what we're looking for, right? So now we're looking for the total number. So I want the total number, right, from 501, right, minus 999. So that's going to be what? 9999 minus 501, right, plus 1 is going to give us what? So we're going to see the fact that our total number is going to give us 499, right? I'm just going to erase this, but you're probably asking yourself why we're adding plus 1. I'm going to just take a simple number, right? If we're saying the fact that I wanted the number between maybe 3 till 6, right? If we say and remember the fact that we need to include 3, right? So if I say 6 minus 3 is going to be equals to what? It's going to be equals to 3, right? But 3, this 3 does not include this 3, and let me just show you. The numbers between 3 and 6 is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 4 numbers in total. So it ignores this one and just counts this one. So we're adding plus 1 because of it needs to include this one. So to find the numbers between 3 and 6, we need to say what you call the 6 minus 3 plus 1 to include this 3. Because when you're subtracting, it truly doesn't include this. Hope that makes sense, right? So that's how we adding, that's why we're adding 1, right? So now we have the total number, right, which is going to be 499, right? So now with that is that, let me substitute that into this. So it's going to be 1 minus, we know the fact that it's going to be the numbers with exactly 5 is going to be 152 divided by 499, right? And this is going to be equals to what? This is going to be equals to, so when you punch this into the calculator, you're going to get the fact that the probability is going to be 0.7, which is the same as 70%. Hope that makes sense. So that's how you would answer this question.